Good morning again, Beth.
Hey, Beth, good morning.
Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Randy, I was just reading your email. I got a chuckle out of your last sentence.
Yeah. Yeah. This is going to be flying elbows on this one. There's no way I'm not working on that. Just letting you know up front. That's the one catch in the whole, 15 to 20 passenger Tesla thing, that analogy that I keep pulling out of the hat is the fact that there's three drivers involved in moving all of them. So the final link is the automation. So the fact that they're working on electrification and automation in one project to try to start making advances in that is phase 2 of the current micro transit project. Phase 1 is that they're seeking the funds to put a number of shuttles on the highway now with existing technology to try to get transit into the express lane, more of it through the Mustang program. But to really take it mainstream, what you've got to do is make it sexy enough, fast enough, responsive enough, economical enough to really accomplish the goal, and environmental enough. And the way to do that involves electrification and automation, and it appears to be wrapped up in this project. So I think they gave the order and moved on it. And when I first brought that up a year and a half ago, the first time I brought it up, and I said that's what we needed. Director Lou at that time said, now that's something I could get behind. I'd put some money behind a study in a public-private partnership, and to work with industry to help develop the model. And then we just walk away from it and let them own it and make the money on it. We wouldn't care if we could cause it to happen. Yeah. So it's a really big deal.
So why don't we go ahead and maybe we can just I'm sure there's some people that are watching that might be wondering what we're talking about. And I know it's not on the agenda or anything, but since we have been talking about it, we might as well. Beth, is that you or Randy or?
Sorry, if there's not something that is on the agenda,
we shouldn't be discussing it respectfully.
No problem. And Commissioner, I did bring Jim White over. I know he has a comment for the public comment period at 9. So I just want to let you know he is crossed over if you want to call on him.
Okay, great.
And then real quick, I'm sorry, just in response to what Peter was saying, I know that Beth has a little bit of time on my manager update that she's going to be talking about electric vehicles and electric charging stations. So that the conversation that we were just having could fit into that realm as well. So we'll do it during manager update. So thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. And I'm not, nobody's in trouble. I just thought it could be good for people to know what's being discussed.
I didn't mean to steal public comment time. The conversation started about 30 seconds before 9 o'clock, and I kind of was excited about it. So
There's cause to be excited. Okay, so then let's go ahead and get this started. It's 9:03. This is our regular meeting of the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners. We have at the top of the agenda public comment. I know we have one person here who wishes to provide public comment, and anybody else who wishes to provide public comment, please click participants, click raise hand. So Jim, if you would, please state your name and where you live, and we'd be happy to hear your comment. Usually we shoot for about 3 minutes. Or up to.
if you're talking, you're muted, Jim.
I'd like to actually start with a little comment about to recognize Olivia Watson. She has done a fabulous job of communication with the whole COVID rollout. Things have been very uncertain. Things have been changing, and her communication has raised public confidence in the whole rollout. And it makes us glad to live in Clear Creek County. The other reason I wanted to come on was to represent Solve, which is a countywide volunteer organization. And we note that the county master plan that was adopted about 4 years ago calls for a fiscal impact statement as part of all land use decisions. However, we noted in a land use decision last fall that we still don't have the process in place. And in your discussions this morning about organizational policy and planning, Solve would encourage you to include development of procedures for including a fiscal impact assessment in land use decisions. There's some reasons for this. First, the county decision makers, such as yourselves, should get as much information as possible in making decisions as part of your stewardship for the county. Second, traditionally, people have looked at only the revenue side of new developments, and that makes any development proposal look pretty good. But costs are rarely considered, and in recent years, recent relative to the hundreds of years we've been doing urban planning, studies have shown that there are fairly significant costs in providing services to new developments, and frequently these costs exceed the revenues. And so the world is a little different than we thought it was. And third, with revenues from the Henderson mine decreasing, it's more important than ever for you county decision makers to consider all of the fiscal implications of your decisions. In fact, ours may be the most important county in the whole state to consider fiscal impact. So we'd like you to take that up if you possibly could. It turns out that I have some experience in this field, and so I am personally volunteering to help in any way you would like, either as an individual or through Solve as an organization. I just think it's very important, and we all hope that you will consider that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, Jim. And if you would please, just for the record, you might have been muted when you said it. Would you state your name and where you live?
I am Jim White. I live up on Floyd Hill, and I was representing Solve, a countywide volunteer organization.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment. And typically we don't tend to respond. I don't see a burning urge for Randy and Sean to respond. I know that, you know, we've had a lot of conversations on the topic and always appreciate the pokes. So that said, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Beth, I don't think we saw anybody else who. Okay. And I have not been monitoring the Facebook feed, but next on the agenda is county manager updates. Keith, it's all you.
Yeah, thanks, board, George. Jim, thanks for your comments. And I'm certainly going to pass on to Olivia what you mentioned relative to her communication and her communication style. She's a real trooper and a real asset to this organization. So I and I know the board and the rest of us really appreciate you sharing that comment with us. And she'll appreciate hearing the kudos that you had to offer. So thank you on that, Jim. And then also real quick, I know Fred's listening in and I think he's taking to heart what you're saying relative to the fiscal impact analysis. And as we move forward with future land use regulation modifications and future master plan modifications, I think that's probably one of the items on the list that we'll continue to evaluate and take into consideration as we move forward and hopefully make progress with our land use protocol, land use process. So again, Jim, thank you. Very much appreciated. To start with my manager update, first thing that I have is I just wanted to touch base with the board and perhaps some of the others, and I'm going to ask Beth to move Mike Hillman over and possibly Andy. I'm going to talk about the draft RFP for EMS and fire. And I know Mike and Andy may have some comments on that. Kelly, and I don't know who the phone number is there, but I know Kelly had indicated he was going to join in as well. And I see Brian on the screen. So thank you all for joining. So again, I just wanted to follow up with a conversation we had, oh gosh, maybe a month or so ago, when we talked with the mayors of the towns and the Board of County Commissioners and Kelly and Brian relative to a potential RFP, request for proposal, that we would send out to solicit a qualified consultant to come in and do a very comprehensive overview and analysis of both the fire operations as well as the EMS operations, with the potential consideration of some type of either working together or potential merger, whether it's a partial merger or a full merger. You know, that's been on the conversation list for quite some time, and we felt as though that, you know, we probably need to bring in some expertise to really do a thorough evaluation of both operations before we make those major decisions. I think as we've talked about before, the county from an EMS standpoint, and Brian, feel free to jump in and correct me, but the county, we have worked hard to get our budget under control, to get our management and leadership in EMS, you know, top of the line, in my opinion. And, you know, whatever we do, however we move forward, in my opinion, we certainly don't want to jeopardize all the hard work and efforts that we've put in from a county side on the EMS. So saying that, I did send out as part of my manager packet, I know the mayors have received it. I think the town managers have received it. Kelly received it. as well as the board. And I just wanted to, again, before we dive in any further and before we send out this RFP, which there's a scope of work attached to it that's pretty comprehensive, I just want to make sure that we're still moving in the right direction, that we're all on the same page. And I don't know if we ever actually discussed who the hell's going to pay for this analysis, but that's something else that we need to take into consideration. I think Andy probably indicated that the town is flush with money, and the town could probably pay for this analysis. Just joking,
Keith,
Andy.
I can just fill in a little bit on that. I know that the Fire Authority Board has expressed a couple of different times a commitment to helping participate, and has also expressed that if EMS is half the study, EMS should participate too. And I think that's a great place to start. That I don't think anything is formal, but I think that's where we're at on that piece.
So essentially, you're saying the Fire Authority is offering to split the cost, is what I'm hearing.
I think so. I see Mike nodding. That's what I
Okay.
recall from our meetings.
Okay. So anyway, I guess I turn it over to you, George, and others on the call to just see if you have any feedback, input, thoughts on the RFP, and are we still thinking that we want to move forward with this study? Again, I turn it over to you all for any feedback or comments.
Thanks, Keith. And I don't have any comments on it. It looks comprehensive to me. We might have some paring down to do when we get respondents and find out how much this thing is going to cost. But I can't do anything but speculate on that. So
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I scanned and, it looked pretty comprehensive, and it's the same thought. It'll all come down to what the, what the prices come in at to perform the study. And if we have to look at it like a shopping list or something at some point.
Is it okay for me to make comment?
oh, please do. Yeah, I know you. I think Keith had said you guys have some comments, so happy to hear them.
No. First, I thank you, Keith, for putting this together. I think it looks good, and I'm really pleased that you did put in there that we're not only looking for a merger. That is not our only focus. This is more, could it work, like you said, potentially, or does it not make sense at all? And I really believe that this a study like this can give some really good feedback on both of the organizations independently. So even if we don't go into a merger or a partial merger, I really believe that this is a benefit for the Fire Authority and EMS, just to get an organizational assessment and see what's going on. There may be some telling things, staying individual organizations that we didn't think about that. We can save a lot of money if we did something like that. So I think the RFP is good. The only thing that we just want to make sure is when people send their proposals in, that it gets to the right place. And I noticed that you put Kelly and Brian's name on there as additional contact. So I like that too. I'm sure there's going to be some questions with whoever does this study, and we'll have from each organization to be able to answer those questions. So that's all I have. I think it's put together really well, Keith, and with the blessing from the ESD board and the Fire Authority board, let's get this thing out and see what it costs us to do it. Thank you.
Brian, did you want to, or Sean, any comments?
Yeah, I got one. Sorry, Sean, I didn't mean to jump in front of you. I agree. Thanks, Mayor Hellman. I think it'll be beneficial, and that's really what it's all about, is to see how we can improve. I'm just going to second what Keith said. I think, and I've said this before, I believe that this could be the start of an honest conversation, and that's what we need about what our capabilities are right now and what our needs are, and how we've gotten to this point. So I believe that a comprehensive study would be the way to go for both agencies. I know that we both did studies. The fire department was more of a strategic planning, and ours was a peer review. I know we feel like those weren't substantial enough. I would hate to be, 6 months down the line, get something that was questioned as being substantial enough again. So I really feel the need, if we do this, to do a very comprehensive, study of the agencies, so we have that data that is out there that we could look at and make educated decisions on how to move forward. I do believe there's a lot of worth in this, and I just want to make sure that we start at a point where we're going to do the right thing for patient care in this county. And I believe that comes with a comprehensive study to know where we stand right now and where we could go in the future if we want to go there, if that makes any sense.
I'm in agreement. The only thing I might add is I'm happy that we're at this step. We've been talking about this for over 4 years, and I heard the word comprehensive mentioned at least 5 times. And while I agree with that, I would like to make sure that we're doing something that maybe even has some checkpoints or milestones, so that we can start getting some early information rather than creating the mother of all studies, and then 9 months down the road we look at it and it's not exactly what we were hoping for. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
I think that I like what Sean just said. I think the checkpoints, if there are points at which the information is developed enough to be useful, some milestones along the way, certainly that's going to be informative to have those. And it's kind of like a lot of our other plans, like creating a master plan and learning something out of the creation of the master plan halfway through that tells you ought to be doing something now. But it just depends on what it is when we see it.
And I know, Sean, just responding to you, I think Kelly expressed something similar to me, that, he wants to make sure this is something that we can get through, right? As an outcome. To that end, the next checkpoint that I see, and correct me if I'm wrong, would be choosing the consultant and making sure that the responses we get matches what we're trying to get done. Do we imagine that that's going to happen in a public setting with the board? Are we imagining that we'll ask, Brian and Kelly to figure that out?
Which board?
Yeah.
2 boards involved too. Yeah.
I would almost
agree.
As maybe the ESD board and the ESD fire board and Kelly and Brian. We all are the choosers, if you will, of the person in the organizations that would do the study. If you have any other thoughts about that, but that's kind of how I thought we would go about doing that, George, is just going through them individually, and then us coming together as a group and making a decision who we want to choose to do the study and move forward with it.
That seems appropriate to me.
And then,
So I think that would be the next checkpoint, would be this thing gets published, we get some responses, and then we call everybody back to evaluate those responses.
And I think what could make it even easier, maybe we put the task on Brian and Kelly to pick out the top 3. Well, we don't know how many we're going to get, or the top 2, and present those to the 2 boards for approval.
I think that's a good idea. We can ask for a recommendation from each of them. The top 2 or 3. Okay, I think that's, if anybody's got any burning comments, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Or just let me know, but I would like to finalize the draft and get that out. And then I'll probably talk with Andy, perhaps you and Kelly and Brian, to get some potential names of consultants that we want to make sure we send it to. We put it on the county website. We'll probably, I'll ask Kelly to put it on the fire website as well. There's a lot of web crawlers out there, and boy, they just search out these RFPs. So I think we'll probably get some pretty good responses, but we can work through who and how we get this distributed. So appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. If there's nothing else on that, I also wanted to, my next topic is charge stations. Mike, you might be interested in this one as well. I think we talked about it a week or so ago, but this is, there's a couple opportunities I know that Beth has been looking at as far as grant applications, and we're also working with a vendor, I don't remember, I think it's Charge Point or something like that, to actually place some charge stations in Georgetown. But what I've asked Beth to do is just give us a brief overview of kind of where we're at, what the status is with our electric vehicles, charge stations, and then finally, maybe we can talk a little bit about the public transit and how we intend to convert our bus system over to electric vehicles. And that's what we were actually talking about a little earlier with Randy. Beth, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hey everybody, good morning. So in the packet, I sent you my very colorful mind map of trying to wrap my head around all the EV and electric opportunities that are happening in Colorado right now that we are being recommended to pursue and apply for. Kind of the big ones on the timetable right now are the countywide electrification or EV readiness plan, you might want to call it. In talking to Clay Brown about our charge point opportunity that we all talked about 2 weeks ago, he said, hey, listen, I need you guys to apply for an electrification plan for the county. And that would include everything from EV charging station locations across the entire county to other electric opportunities that we might be able to apply for or implement to make us better or less carbon footprint and better prepared for the electric vehicle transition in the coming future. The challenge with that is their normal grant deadlines for DOLA annually are changed to earlier because I think the dollars are running away, and they moved the April 1st grant deadline cycle to February 15th. And he said, Beth, I'd like you guys to come and ask me for an electrification plan. You can estimate that these probably cost around $50,000, and he based that on the cost of Pueblo County, who just completed theirs. And Pueblo is actually making a presentation at the Capitol in a couple weeks. They invited me to listen in on the Zoom and see that presentation, and they were really great. They sent me their entire plan, so we have kind of a guide to look at as we formulate our own plan. So with a $50,000 price tag on an EV plan, we would have a 25% match, which is around 12.5, I think, for our match to that grant, and then the state would put in 37.5. So of course, these grant opportunities are like having a baby. They never come when you plan for them or want them to come. They always come at opportunities when you didn't have a budget for them. So of course, I didn't have this grant match in our 2021 budget, and so I would be asking to use grant match dollars out of the general fund, and I defer to your approval or disapproval, but I just wanted to let you know the cost of that for the county should we want to pursue that. We have been modeling other counties around us that have already done this. Like I said, we've been working with Pueblo, Colorado Springs, Montrose. I'm trying to think of all the, Aspen. So I've got quite a few studies on my desk that I'm reading from, learning from to craft our application to send in for the EV readiness plan. That's part one. That's the DOLA grant. So the second part is—
Hey, Beth, just real quick, I do believe that's one of the consent agenda items as well today. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's on the timetable, definitely. The second opportunity is called Charge Ahead application. Clay Brown recommended we look at this too. This would be for a level 2 charging station. So these are not the fast chargers, but these would be 2 level 2 charging stations. We propose to put them in our back parking lot here at the courthouse where we have the 20-minute parking. It's in an area where I don't have to cut the concrete, so it really reduces my cost. The state has an 80-20 match. So it's usually, when I looked at other communities that have already done this, it's $9,000 per station from the state, and then a minimum of $2,000 per station from the county. And so I'm hoping to make application for that grant as well, which is also due on the same day as the DOLA grant, February 15th. So I have an awesome weekend planned, and I'm going to be writing. And with both of these grants, I need to put in the application the date that you all approve the county moving forward with the project. So I'd like to be able to put in there that you all approved moving forward on February 9th. This too is on the consent agenda. So again, it's an 80-20 grant. We should be getting the cost estimate today on the total project to put those 2 chargers in the back parking lot. They are level 2. So these aren't the fast chargers. These are probably like a 3-hour charge for the vehicles. And the other thing that you should know is that all the other communities that did these level 2 chargers on their own municipal or county property did not charge for charging for the first 3 to 5 years. It was sort of an emphasis and a enhancement to have people convert to EVs to make communities EV friendly. And as I've mentioned to y'all before, we have 1 level 1 charging or 1 charging station at the Come and Go in Idaho Springs. And outside of that, there's no charging stations between Golden and Dillon, which is a 75-mile stretch. And all EVs require far more electricity if they're going uphill or in the cold, which that's exactly where we live. So these stations along the I-70 corridor are going to be critical, especially to the overall state transition to EVs. So I think that Georgetown and Idaho Springs could play a huge role in just the EV readiness of Clear Creek County. So my request during the consent agenda will also be for the Charge Ahead grant. And I will keep you posted on as soon as I get the cost estimate, I will let you know right away. So I'll know what I'll be asking for match. That's the second one. And then the third one, which I think we're going to talk about later today at 2, is the Charge Point program application. You know, a couple weeks ago, we had Matt guys from Charge Point come and meet with you all to talk about fast charging stations at our annex property closer to the highway. We have been qualified and designated by the Colorado Energy Office to be a site to host these chargers. Again, it's 4 stations before June 30th of 2021 with a rough-in for 4 more to come. You have to guarantee 8 parking spots to be qualified for this program. I did get the information and cost estimates from Matt yesterday. I sent those to you on email. I also put them in the packet for this meeting today. So if anybody wants to see it, they can and see the location. So that one looks at about $124,000 match from the county. It's about $400,000 from the state, about $150,000 from Excel Energy to run the power. And then they would ask for $124,000 from the county. There's a chance that number could go down a little bit. I wouldn't jump up and down about that. I would think it might be less than 10,000. It might drop by. So it won't be anything really big, but he did believe the cost could come down a little just because of how close we are to the power pole. So those are the kind of the 3 things we have going on right now. It is happening so fast, and the state is bringing forth these opportunities really fast, and counties and cities are responding on the fly, trying to get in on the action and on the funding. And I just think given our goals and objectives and just the direction that the board is going with CC4CA and some other efforts in renewable energy and climate action, I think it might be right on target with where we're going. So I just don't want to let these opportunities go by for Clear Creek. I want Clear Creek to be great. And I feel like these are a part of that. And if I have to give up a weekend to make it happen, I'm happy to do that. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'll do my best to answer, but I'm learning as fast as I can. So.
Thanks, Beth. Beth, you mentioned 2 or 3 different opportunities. And I know Brent is sitting over in the participant list, but I'm just wondering what the total cost to the county will be if we were to implement all of these opportunities.
This morning I was thinking about that on my walk, and I think it's between 140 and 150 total.
Okay. Okay.
For
And
all-
that relates all to the charging
Yeah.
opportunities,
and
right?
the readiness plan and everything.
Right, right.
Yeah. Because Clay was, very encouraging for all these opportunities, but he's like, Beth, get the plan started, put all these opportunities in the plan, but then also look at your other towns, look at, Idaho Springs, Silver Plume, Empire, where else could charging stations live, to be as accommodating as possible for the overall transition. So.
Hey Keith, while you were formulating your question, I was being cycled into the meeting, and
Yeah.
so I missed the bulk of what you were asking.
Okay. The question I had for Beth is, these are great opportunities, in my opinion. I just needed to know kind of ballpark what the financial impact would be on the county. And I think she said between 140 and 150, 140, 150,000.
Yeah.
Which obviously we'd have to take out of general fund reserve, because we didn't, as Beth indicated, we didn't anticipate this when we put the budget together. And
Right.
I agree, things come up at the last minute, and things come up that we didn't anticipate in the budget. The only comment I would have, and this kind of goes back to what Amy and I have been working on relative to strategic planning and overall county goals and objectives, I think we just, whenever these types of projects and programs and opportunities arise, we just need to make sure that they not comply, but fit in with the overall strategic vision and strategic plan of the county, which, in my opinion, I think this does.
Yeah, and to clarify, this 140, 150,000 would be a one-time cost, not ongoing.
Right. That's right. These would be the grant matches for the program. The one thing that we do want to capture, and ChargePoint kind of does this for you, is what is going to be our electrical cost of maintaining the stations and everything. ChargePoint actually uses a software, which is, I'm not going to say it right, but I consider it to be like budget billing with Excel, so that when you have a really high month, it's not a high month, it's kind of averaged out over 12 months. And so the ChargePoint fast charging stations use that software to sort of cap what your electrical expenditure is. And I really appreciate that. And I'm talking to them about how do we maybe connect the level 2 chargers in the back parking lot into that same program, and maybe utilize the ChargePoint network for our level 2 chargers, so that we can, obtain the benefits of having that cap and not these, roller coaster electric bills each month. So we're also looking at how to add solar to some of these, so that we can offset the cost of providing the electricity as well. So just an update. I did have a long conversation with Kent Brown last Friday, just to talk about all these sites and what we're proposing, and no immediate red flags, which is a good sign. So I'm going to obviously keep him in the loop, and just keep working with Georgetown at the same time.
Well, as the owner of a plug-in hybrid vehicle, I'm all for the level 2 stations anyway.
All right.
And in fact, I'll go out and help dig holes and whatever it takes. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I have some financial questions about it, although maybe what we ought to do is just pull it off the consent agenda and talk about those later. Because I think I remember this being described as a project that essentially had a revenue payback, where
Right.
It wouldn't be essentially the expenditure of our non-renewable resource, which is our general fund dollars, but it would essentially look more like a loan.
That is correct for the charge point application. That I included that in your packet late yesterday, that on slides 5 and 6 of that slide deck, there is an ROI in there for the fast charging. So you might take a look at that. As far as the level 2 chargers, I'm trying to think if they gave me that return. I don't think they gave me that return yet. I mean, plus, you know, if we're trying to be as attractive as the other communities where we provide them for free for the first 3 years, obviously not much return there. But, you know, if we do decide to charge for them after that, yeah, that would be something to definitely find out.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm going to request we pull it off and we can talk about it at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Beth.
And we can call it, well, we can talk about it at that time. We can call it an investment or call it a loan. The bottom line is there's a return on investment in one way, that there's a payback involved. And
Okay.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Beth. Moving on. I wanted Amy to just give us a brief update on a couple transportation related issues. Amy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick update on County Road 314. There's an item on the consent agenda related to trail maintenance on that. So County Road 314 is proceeding, continuing with right-of-way. We are making decisions, and they're proceeding with wall, surface material, and all of that. But the maintenance agreement is, the Idaho Springs is actually a party to it as well, which just delineates that we are going to be maintaining the road and the greenway. So that's what this maintenance agreement will be about. And just make sure you saw my information that I emailed a little bit ago about the repaving that's coming up this summer on between Georgetown and Empire. It'll be a repaving both directions. They'll be doing the lane closures at night, and should take about 4.5 months is what they are anticipating, starting in April. Just wanted to make sure that you were all aware of those two things.
Amy, I have a question that I was gonna save for the consent agenda, but since it's here and you brought it up, on the trail maintenance agreement, I know we've signed a number of those in the past. I don't know if I've been part of approving one, and so I'm curious, is this similar, different, exactly the same as the other agreements that we have?
It is similar in a lot of ways. The distinction here was just, it took a little bit of a conversation and this was with Idaho Springs as well, just about the weirdness of the county road going through Idaho Springs city limits. And so we just chatted a little bit and came to an agreement on who was maintaining the greenway in that section. We made a decision too about how the property transfer would go in that area, and I don't even remember. I think the greenway is actually part of the county road right-of-way transfer here, and so it's not the city limits don't begin at the edge of the road, but at the edge of the greenway. And Andy or Mike, if I got that wrong, please correct me. But that was just we just had a conversation about that because it could have gone either way because of that's where the city boundary is right on the edge of what is currently the road. And so by putting the greenway in there, we had another decision point to make about, okay, is the greenway in Idaho Springs or is it in the county? And it's technically in the county and we'll be maintaining it. We also agreed that maintenance did not include snow removal, although it doesn't preclude snow removal. And Stoy and Carl, John Bordoni, we all talked about it and made that agreement for how we would proceed. But it is pretty typical that if CDOT is engaged in any sort of county road construction or whatever, that they provide a maintenance agreement to make sure it's clear that they're not responsible for maintenance of the road. And that's the core of the agreement, is to hand that off.
before we jump off of transportation and on down to accelerate, I think there was a request to kind of illuminate a little bit on what we were talking about at the beginning in the informal conversation.
Yeah.
What's happening is the Colorado Department of Transportation, Department of Energy, and CSU and a few others are coming together on a project that's been initiated by CDOT to measure performance in all lanes, but especially in the peak period shoulder lane, as well as in other environments of shuttles, autonomous vehicle technology, trying to get more of that in place. And so they're equipping some vehicles to do that, 20 to 30 passenger shuttles, as well as a 45 or so passenger bus. And I think what that sprung from was a meeting from a couple of years ago in which Director Liu was saying, how can we get transit into the peak period shoulder lane to take advantage of it? And my response to her was build transit that works there. And she asked what that would look like. And so we had a long conversation about that. And later we had a meeting down at her office with Greg Hall from the CE and Margaret Bowes from the I-70 Coalition, myself, and several CDOT people, including Director Liu. And we talked about a lot of different things, but one thing we came down to that she gave an instruction to staff coming out of that meeting was that let's work on this microtransit concept, meaning let's get some microtransit, let's get some shuttles on the highway and start to test that and their efficiency relative to the buses and really measure it in congested periods, as well as look into, the electrification of the shuttles. And what the concept came from was the idea that if you measure the weight, the mass of the larger buses with the number of passengers that they carry and divide it out, the mass is so much greater per passenger in the larger buses because of the size of the carriages and structural members required to create those more cavernous bodies. And that so you're actually better than an individual car or better than a 55 passenger bus. You have less mass per person, per occupant that you're moving up the highway. So physics, it only made sense that you'd be able to, with the right engine, be able to perform better in congestion and reaccelerate and act more the way individual cars with their power do, and be able to take transit and make it something that becomes, instead of a rolling roadblock, A, something that fits in the lane, B, something that could be clean energy because it's small enough to be able to be electrified sooner, and C, not become a rolling roadblock, which we know that the buses are even in the right lane. So recently there's been talk, a lot of talk, as a matter of fact, they've created the program of getting the shuttles on the road and then towards actually confirming the hypothesis about which one of these things is really going to operate and move people with the greatest efficiency. That's where what this project is about. So this leads to that concept of the electrified, ultimately the electrified vehicle that's got the ability to carry more people and kind of transform what's happening on the highway. So it actually is a really exciting development to see come out of some efforts we put in at the CE and other places to try to, bring CDOT in. And I know for a fact that this is one of Director Liu's pet projects. And in a conversation we had just a couple of months ago, she said, please tell us at Clear Creek and everybody will be 100% behind this whole microtransit thing, because they feel it can really revolutionize, it has potential to revolutionize. And this is a study that would confirm those hypotheses. So I'm just really, really excited to have the opportunity to see this going on right now, see it firing up.
Yeah, I think it's awesome too. And so grateful that we have this opportunity and that we get to be at the center of what feels like some real innovation here. So Randy, I know you sent an email saying that you wanted to sort of be on this one, directly involved. I think it goes without saying that, well, whether it goes without saying or not, I'm happy to say it. I agree. I think that you should be the one that's on this.
Well, I think we've got Beth is sitting in that, you'll see the table in the email that we received, and they pretty much formed the committee. And I just, I'm going to stay as close to it through Beth as possible and with Director Liu, because I just am jumping up and down about this one. To have it develop from some, in large part, at least in part, we know from a conversation that Clear Creek had with the Department of Transportation, and see the Department of Transportation finally respond after a year and a half and say, let's make this project happen. And Director Liu said at the time she was willing to ultimately, if it came to developing the right vehicle, she said, now that's something that has the kind of merit that CDOT could get behind and throw some millions into a public-private partnership with the right industrial partner. And at the end, the government just, once the vehicle's developed, just back away and let them have it and make the money on it. The purpose is that you helped enable it, you incentivized it, you made it happen. And the cool thing about the I-70 corridor with the grades and the curves and the congestion, all of which create this re-acceleration problem and everything that amplifies congestion, is if the concept works here, it's kind of like the canary in the coal mine. You know, who says that doesn't work? That same concept doesn't work better in cities and congested arteries there as well, ultimately to keep stuff moving more, you know, automation, higher occupancy, electrification, it's like the nexus of those three. And this is a great, great grueling environment within which to test the theory.
I'd be happy to get out of the way.
No, I'm not trying to do that either. We'll partner, whatever, if no one objects.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to let them know about your strong interest. And, it would be great if you could sit with all of us when those meetings start up. So just having your background information that you have.
And I think it's important to thank you, Randy. We really appreciate that. And George and Sean both. As we move forward with any of these opportunities, I think we just need to make sure that we have good conversations back and updates with the entire board so that we all know kind of what the status is, what's going on, what the expectations are, that type of thing. So thank you.
Right. My deal is just if this is my model airplane hobby in my old age, this is the one I want.
Gotcha. Real quick, we got a few more minutes. Accelerate Colorado. This is an annual request coming from Accelerate. I think you all saw the email from Kevin Duran. I think that's his name, Kevin. They just need to know what policy issues you'd like to be affiliated with. And I think a year ago, we probably went through the same exercise and you all chose certain categories. And my assumption would be that you'll just remain within those same categories. And to be honest with you, I think I can, and I don't remember off the top of my head who had which categories. I think I can probably assume which ones, but Beth, do you still have that information? You don't need to pull it up now, but I think my question is, board, are you comfortable just having Beth or myself respond back to Accelerate Colorado, indicating essentially the same policy issues or topics that you had been assigned a year ago, or that you chose a year ago?
Could we see what those are and just decide next week?
Sure.
Because I don't think.
Well, actually, they wanted a response by February 12th, although I don't know if that's a hard date or not. But maybe we can share that with you later today.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. It's likely it may go that way. I just wanted to verify. Yeah. I mean, things have changed over the last couple of years.
Right.
I think it would
be.
I kind of agree with that, and I scanned it, but I didn't have a chance to really read it in depth. I might just go back to what we were most interested in. Sean, do you recall? I know transportation, of course, was one, and the I-70 corridor again.
I know small business. I know energy, and there was maybe 2 or 3 other ones.
Yeah, there were several in there, and I don't recall if we were weighing in on water and natural resources as well. But maybe if we get a chance to scan it harder over lunch, we could have a conversation this afternoon.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's 6 on there. I don't think any of them are new. So
yeah, they're all the same.
We can get it done pretty quick.
Yeah, we'll see if we can find what I don't want to say assignments. I mean, you chose which areas or topics you wanted to be affiliated with. We'll see if we can find what we had sent last year to Accelerate Colorado. So stay tuned on that one. And then a couple other real quick things. I don't know how quick they are, but I did, well, let me take a step back. I think everyone is aware that my intention is to retire. And I hope to do that, well, I don't hope to, my intent is to do that May 1st. And so therefore we are in the process of putting a recruitment process and a recruitment document together. And we shared that, Kate shared that with you, I think maybe yesterday, but if you have a chance to take a look at that and then provide any feedback to Kate, Peter, and myself, we're kind of working as a team on this. And timing, we'd like to get this recruitment notification out relatively soon. May 1st seems like a long ways away, but it's coming up relatively fast as well. So again, I don't think we need to essentially discuss it now unless you want to, but let me know or let Kate know if you have any feedback, comments, input, concerns relative to the document that she had come up with or that we had come up with.
Yeah, I had a piece of anecdotal evidence to throw in there. I had been doing my own hiring here at my private business, and I used Indeed over the fall, and I didn't have a great experience with it. I started it over again last week using LinkedIn, and I have gotten a ton of really high quality applications. So I know that we did a pretty good job of finding some pretty good candidates, including Peter for our last hiring round, but I would encourage us to maybe think about using Indeed, LinkedIn, and it was free.
Okay.
There's no reason not to do multiples. Is that
Yeah, absolutely.
adding that to the pot? Yeah, that's a great idea.
Thank you. So again, just if you get a spare moment, take a look at that recruitment document. It's pretty comprehensive. And Kate and I and Peter worked on it. We've had a couple meetings relative to that. Kate, I see you're popping up here on the screen. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to put out there that typically with the type of position of the county manager, yes, we would put that on LinkedIn. And yes, that's where we got most of our applicants from on the county attorney. But our program does ZipRecruiter, which puts out to a plethora, including Indeed, of other websites. So we definitely cover the whole spectrum.
Yes, and I'm looking, Kate, I'm looking at our recruiting timetable, and it appears as though that we would like to get this announcement out this week. So again, if you have any feedback or comments, just feel free to respond back to Peter, I, and Kate, and we'll incorporate those into the document. And again, try to get that official recruitment document out this week. So thank you for that.
My only comment on it is it's 17 pages long. And I know Keith, there's a lot that goes into your job. And I wonder, in some ways, I feel like this is our opportunity to communicate to people that this is a job that they want. And it feels very comprehensive.
Can I just interject here? Yes, we understood that this old document was rather long and arduous. We are going to split it up to where there is a job description piece that will be attached. There'll be more of a shorter summary that's posted out there to people. So it's what was provided is something that's kind of old, and we do need to chop it up so that it's more appropriate in size and length to post.
Okay, thanks. And I'm not trying to be critical. There's just a lot sometimes that needs to go into stuff like this.
Thank you. A couple other real quick items. I just wanted the board to be aware that we are in the process of finalizing, I guess for lack of a better term, a right-of-way agreement with Evergreen Fire. And you'll recall probably a year ago, before the pandemic hit, we were in the process of getting this right-of-way agreement finalized. We're there. We've got the agreement. We sent it to Evergreen Fire. They're reviewing it. Their attorney is looking at it, and it sounds like they're very close to signing it and sending it back to us. What this right-of-way agreement is to allow Evergreen Fire to do wildfire mitigation work in county right-of-way. Again, I know we've talked about it previously, but again, FYI, it's very close to coming back to us with their signature, and then board, you'll have the ability to sign it as well. So that's just an FYI.
Keith, just real quick on that one. I don't know, Sean, Randy, how you feel about this, but I think it was Bob who brought some, I felt, wise caution. We know this is something that we need to do. We also know that if somebody starts showing up on roads, cutting down stuff, and there was never a public conversation about it, which of course we've had public conversations, but I want to express a little bit of caution and desire to make sure people know that this is coming. I mean, I think it's the right thing to do. I just want to make sure that nobody's surprised.
Yeah, and I think Jeffco is a good model to follow since they're ahead of us on this one. And my understanding is no one's going to be cutting down your 115-year-old maple in front of your house. It's going to be more removal of shrubbery and grasses and things of that nature. But I think it's wise that we go into it with our eyes wide open and have a good communication plan.
I agree with both those statements. I know that it certainly wasn't a 115-year-old maple or anything, but we did have a pretty good sized cottonwood tree that half of it disappeared in one morning when the Excel contractor came by, and without a conversation. And it would have been nice to have the conversation. And I don't disagree actually with the work that they did at the end of the day. And I think we'll ultimately take out the rest of the tree anyway, but they can surprise you once in a while. So eyes wide open is a good idea, but generally the work they do is justifiable, and they generally communicate with you if it's anything of consequence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would support something like sending a postcard or a letter to the folks that are in the area that we just agreed to this, or something, just something saying, hey, look, we just agreed, they've got this, could be coming.
Yeah, and they just did it on Stagecoach actually, just this season on the Jeffco side.
Oh, right. So we can get an opportunity to see what they intend to do.
Good feedback. We'll take a look. Obviously, we'll have the opportunity to talk more about it when it comes back for our consideration and our signature on our end. And a point well taken about just going into it with eyes wide open. In fact, I think I'm the one that probably brought up the concern about, oh my God, as you said, the 150-year-old maple all of a sudden disappearing. We don't want to get into that battle, that's for sure. So thank you. A couple real quick, I think it was Sean brought up a request to maybe get an update from Peter on the opioid settlement. Peter, do you have anything for us on that?
Sure, I actually do. So you may recall a number of Colorado counties that joined into a coalition to file lawsuits against various opioid manufacturers. We did not actually join into that coalition. Separately, the manufacturers and the distributors entered into settlement negotiations with the Colorado Attorney General's office, along with several other states' Attorney General's office. The national settlement continues to go on. Some of those companies are in bankruptcy, some are proposing settlements, so there's still negotiations going with that. At the center of the national negotiations is a piece that each Attorney General's office for their state needs to get the agreement of local governments to kind of dismiss their own separate lawsuits, which brings us to this coalition of counties in Colorado and its negotiations with the Colorado Attorney General's office. The coalition joined with CCI and CML to hammer out details with the AG's office a while back. So what they are planning on doing is ultimately, when there is a settlement, the distribution of funds within Colorado will generally be down to a structure of having money go into 4 separate categories or pots of money. So you have state money as one category, local government money, a second category, regional money, a third category, and then infrastructure as the 4th category. So the negotiations are focused on 2 main issues: the amount that is going to regions in general that the Attorney General's office is coming up with, and the amount going specifically to local governments. All local governments would be included. So even though Clear Creek did not file a lawsuit or join in the coalition, we would still receive money as a local government. So we're just continuing to monitor this. I am in touch with various people in the County Attorney's Association over it. So that's pretty much the status.
And you guys, Sean, Randy, you probably recall, we did indicate our sort of initial preference for a region, which is a region to the west of us comprising, I think, Summit, Eagle, maybe Pitkin. I'd probably miss it. Anyway, you guys know.
Yeah, I remember that. I agree.
Thank you, Peter, for that update. Keep us informed as things progress.
I thought I heard a number, and it might have been on the radio when I was half asleep the other day, but was it something like $11 million for the whole state, or am I thinking about something completely different?
No, so there's a bunch of numbers that are going around because there's also been different settlements that are going around. At this point, I think we'd be speculating as to what the real number is going to be. But we may see a decent amount, but I mean, it's all relative compared to various other counties. Clear Creek, knock on wood, is not as affected as many other counties are in terms of the opioid crisis, but it's still something we're seriously addressing.
There's this calculator out there that estimates, at least on the direct local government side, and I mean, the numbers uninspiringly low that Clear Creek would get. And the reason I bring that up is I just want to take a second to make a point on this. The distribution was based on who had data about having an opioid use problem. I have a lot of anecdotal data about an opioid use problem in Clear Creek County, but we do not have hard data. And part of the reason, this is my perspective, because we've declined opportunities in the past to do things like harm reduction and try to serve these populations. We also didn't collect data on these populations, and now we're not getting the resources to address the problem. And I'm not trying to blame anybody or anything. I just am bringing that as a lesson learned moving forward for how providing services builds data to bring resources to solve problems.
I agree with that. And when I heard Peter say our county is less affected, my face, I had a questioning look on my face because that would surprise me. I would think that we were as affected as anyone else.
I think, and if I could just interrupt, I'm talking more proportionally in terms of the population amount.
Oh,
how they distribute
we're a smaller
not,
number.
Not per capita or something of that nature.
Okay, I was confused about that.
Yeah, it was, there's obviously problems everywhere. And and different kinds of the problems, whether we're talking about opioids or whether we're talking meth or whether we're talking a lot of things, they distribute differently across different economic strata and everything. So it is a pretty complicated path to figure out. And it's also true that those with resources tend to find solutions, whether they're long-lasting solutions or not. We haven't really confirmed in a lot of cases. So, and what that means is resources are available for different kinds of problems more than they are for others, depending on how lucrative it is to be in the business of fixing the problem. And so I think getting hard data on our county would be very helpful to help us manage that better into the future. And I'd be 100% supportive.
Okay, Keith, we're about 5 minutes into our consent agenda. So maybe we can, is there anything else on county manager update? Can we put it later?
Just one other real quick item. This will take 30 seconds. I just wanted to verify with the board that you are all comfortable that we move forward and submit our application for the best and brightest candidate. I think we talked about this a week or so ago, and it sounded like you were all on board with it. The only thing that we need in response to that would be a letter signed by, in this case, George as the board chair. And I know that we can go ahead and draft that. George could sign it. But I'm assuming that you're all thumbs up on applying for the best and brightest program.
My only question is, are we limited to only one intern, or do we think we may have the capacity to put more than one to use and the ability to get funding for more than one?
I'll defer to Amy on that, but
I don't know the answer to that. I know that Clay Brown reviewed our initial proposal and gave some feedback on how to make it more competitive. He doesn't really know how much interest there's going to be. whether or not, because some years there's more county proposals than there are interns, and some years there's more interns than county proposals. It just is sort of unpredictable. He is theorizing that there might be more interest this year because there are more schools in the pool this year, and last year the program didn't happen.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, I would say it's not impossible. We can certainly remain open to that, but I don't think that that's that likely of an outcome, since I believe the intent of the program is to offer the support to as many rural jurisdictions as possible. So, but if there's a lot of demand, maybe.
We can certainly plant the seed with Clay and just let him know that, hey, if there's any extra or excess capacity in the program, that hey, we'll take it. So, and we did go ahead and that we do have money in the budget to help offset the cost. It's a good program. The DOLA basically splits the cost with us, and we did budget I don't know, X number of dollars, and it's a 2-year program. So we've got it covered in our budget, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I guess the last thing I would say is I would be open to funding the potential for funding interns 100% from a county perspective, just because it's a great on-ramp. We've had really good luck with interns in the past who became full-time employees. And, having some young go-getters kind of keeps everyone on their toes. So I like that idea.
Good
Yeah,
feedback. Thanks,
from like a budgeting perspective, which I think is like the most important place for us to weigh in, I have no problem with us choosing to spend a bit more money to bring another intern. We certainly have enough complicated problems that we're trying to solve that we could use some more bandwidth. It doesn't have, isn't tied to a day-to-day workload in the same way.
Yep. Great.
Thank you, guys. The only other thing on my agenda was just check in with the board. We can do this later, but it's your opportunity to share whatever meetings you've attended or items that you wanted to share. But like I say, we're running a little behind schedule here, and we can do that later as well.
I defer to George.
So,
if you want to move on, we can move on.
Yeah.
Skip it or talk later, whatever you want, or do it now.
I think I prefer that we try to get through this. I know we've got a work session that we're ticking time away on, and I think I remember Sean wanting to be a bit more thorough about the consent agenda than sometimes normal. So yeah, if we can, we're just going to move on to the consent agenda.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and get started by reading it. We've got item number 1, consideration of approval of warrant register. Before I read them, which numbers do people want to take off?
I think it's 4, 5, and 6, if I'm looking at it correctly.
Beth, is number 4
Beth is-
part of the charging station stuff too?
Oh, no, that one, that's our CARES money that we
Okay.
received, and it's specific CARES for transit, so.
5 and 6.
All right, so number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-23, resolution rescinding personnel review board policy. Consideration of acceptance of quit claim deed from the Department of Transportation, State of Colorado. And then number 4, consideration of approval of CDOT grant agreement for the County Transit Department. Number 7, consideration of approval of CDOT trail maintenance and operations for the County Road 314 bike pedestrian trail.
I move we approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of number 5 and 6 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 5, 6, Sean.
Yeah, I've got a couple things, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. One of the things, I think in the future, I would prefer items that have significant financial impact to never find their way onto the consent agenda like this one. If we're talking about spending $100,000 and it's not black and white whether those non-renewable resources will ever be renewed. The second thing that I think that there's some policy assumptions that staff potentially is making that we probably need to have a more robust conversation around. And one of them that well, let me just state my beliefs about climate change. I believe that the climate is warming because of man-made activities. Okay, so I'll throw that out there. I also believe that a lot of the mitigation efforts that we're doing provide an extremely poor rate of return. And I don't want to get into that debate right now, but that's kind of where my focus is right here. And so I have two concerns about it. One of them is, when I think about all the people that I know who personally drive electric vehicles, they're the richest people I know. I think, Brent, no offense, you probably are at the bottom end of that scale. And if we're talking about building infrastructure so that the richest people I know can get something for free that they can afford to buy at market rate, that doesn't make any sense to me, particularly in light of the fact that we have limited resources, and probably most of those people aren't even Clear Creek citizens, or people who are going from point A to point Z going through our community. And then the last thing that I'll bring up is when you hear about how to get to where we need to be by the end of the century or what have you, innovation is the answer. I think that's pretty much what everyone says, and I agree with that too. And people are talking about emerging technologies such as putting charging infrastructure in the roadbeds so your cars can charge as they're flying down the highway. So with all that said, it gives me more than a little bit of heartburn to see the potential for large chunks of the county's money to disappear to buy 2021 technology to serve the richest people in our society. And that's why I think doing this in the consent agenda, I think this deserves a little bit more of a conversation, and maybe postponing making a decision about this. And then also the other thing that I would be asking if I was Brent is, like, what is the total cost? What is the likely total cost? If the total cost is zero, and we have a pretty strong model that can support that, and we have the will to charge for this electricity, if that's part of having this cost zero, that's something that would be pretty acceptable to me. But again, I think that we've just started this conversation. We saw a presentation a few weeks ago. I'm not poo-pooing it at all. I just think that we're rushing through this, and I would like to have a little bit more of a robust conversation before we commit county funds.
Well, as you might expect, I would have something to say in return. And I think in order to finish things, you have to start them. And I think that tomorrow's technology is always available tomorrow, and today's technology is available today. And I think we're well down the path towards electrification with an industrial revolution right now. Numerous domestic and foreign manufacturers of vehicles are making wholesale and major transitions into that market, so that, because as usual, novelty is normally the domain of the rich until it becomes mainstream, and it's heading that direction. And toward that end, I think this is a rather modest entry, and we're not jumping ahead of everyone else with putting in a few charging stations. And I think we're looking at CDOT and the Department of Energy trying to actually revolutionize the way we use not only what's on pavement, but off pavement for that very purpose. And for that reason, I don't think we're being hasty and premature or ignorant in moving forward with this. And I think we've had an adequate conversation. So I'm ready to approve these for that reason.
Yeah, me too. And I think, Randy, you put it well, and Sean, we always do need to think about, what kind of investments are we making in today's technology when we know that tomorrow's technology could be here. I know we were unanimous when we approved the towers in the Echo Hills area, and it was a conversation within a very similar framework. I see little to no financial risk associated with this. I have every expectation that we would have the will to charge for the electrons. I don't think that we've directed anything otherwise. If we need to, I'm happy to, but I think I would hope everybody would think that that's kind of a no-brainer. So I'm ready to approve these as well. I mean, this is, that technology where we, have charging beds under highways. This could be one of the last stretches of highway we see that hit. And you've got to have a density of demand for an investment like that to be possible, right? And then solutions like this are how you build it. So I'm all for this. I have had plenty of information, plenty of time to think about it, and ready to go.
Indulge me then if I might ask Brent a question. Brent, do you have a good handle about exactly how the finances are going to work for this?
I have to say I don't. I've seen the summaries and have been in on a few Zoom meetings, but I don't believe I've gotten enough information yet to really do a thorough analysis.
Maybe I'll just jump in, and Brent, typically how involved do you get in a decision about spending $100,000, $120,000 that looks like it could be less than that we have a less than 10-year return on investment on? I realize that's a very qualified statement.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the project. Something like this, I would like to see the data, and I'd like to do some analysis on it. Anytime that there's a capital expense with an associated cash flow coming back to us, I like to see those numbers just so I can answer questions from people. Ultimately, as a policy matter, it's up to the Board of County Commissioners. And in some areas of policy, the return on investment is less important than the benefit to the community. So.
And one comment, I mean, I think, George, I think there are definite parallels between the tower conversation and this one. The tower conversation, the only financial element of that was in consideration was how much additional new tax revenue was the county going to get. There was no financial downside or potential for financial downside in that conversation. So my preference would be that we give our finance director time to analyze this. And if this is a cost neutral or close to cost neutral investment, I'm totally fine with it. But I feel like, I mean, it just got thrown in the packet last night, I think. I don't really feel like we're being responsible if, I wouldn't personally feel responsible for voting either way on it. So I would ask that we put this off by 1 week to allow for that data gathering and for our finance director to become more fully informed. And if you guys want to force a vote, then I'm going to vote no.
Specifically, you're referring to item number 6, right?
I think they're both, aren't they both related?
So can I add just a little clarity? So there's actually 3 asks. There are 2 on the consent, and the big one, the 124, that one is later today at 2 o'clock. That one, yes, we can delay for a week. Absolutely. The other 2, the grant applications are due this weekend. So, and the total dollar amount between those 2 is about $18,000. So it'd be $12,500 for the grant match to do the EV plan, and then another $4,000 to $5,000 grant match to do the charge ahead grant plan.
Okay, and thanks, Beth, for that clarification. So all the comments I make, imagine that I made them at later today at 2 o'clock.
No, and, I did, definitely. So I was just worried about the grant deadline for the other 2. So, but we can definitely, the 2 p.m., I mean, we can talk about it again at 2, or if you guys want to wait a week and talk about it, we can do that too.
Yeah, and I would suggest, Brent, why don't you just take the closest perfunctory view that you can of the pro forma that we've seen between now and 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Definitely. Because that will help inform the decision of whether we need to just, play poker or whatever.
Yep.
I'm okay with spending the $18,000 on those. I don't know, something about a 6-figure number always kind of gets my attention.
Sure.
Thanks for indulging the conversation.
Yeah, you're welcome. So in that case, I'm ready for a motion.
I move we approve items number 5 and 6 on the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
John,
So
I'd like to clarify one thing you said earlier. Rich people drive Teslas. Not rich people like me drive Chevys.
Yeah, I drove a Prius, and I wish it had been a plug-in hybrid, but
yeah,
they didn't have them yet then. So
right.
Okay.
I actually drove it to construction sites in Summit County, remote construction sites in Summit County in the winter. I was stunned at what it would do with a pair of studded or set of studded snow tires on it. It was amazing.
Next on the agenda, we have work session to discuss organizational policy, planning, and strategic planning. Amy, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
We made it.
Great. Okay. I was kind of expecting some wrap up on those other two consent agenda items. So very good. Okay. So organizational development. This, I think we went over the calendar last week. I wanted to sort of officially talk about it as a comprehensive program. So I want to share a presentation deck with you guys. It won't take too terribly long, and then talk through 3 topics. One is the 2020 strategic objectives and what the status update is on that. And then, well, I guess the other 2 topics are really just one topic, which is what we're going to do moving forward on the strategic plan. So let's see here. Sorry. Okay. So we have a name for this organizational employee and strategic planning project, and we're calling it Mission at Every Desk. And the idea is that we're connecting the mission of the organization both to the strategic plan itself and to the work of all the individual people in the organization. So why now? Why are we doing this now? There are several reasons. The county is in a position of declining resources with limited options for new. And we're always being asked to do more with less resources. The environment is looking for better quality services, and we're not having an increase in revenue that would normally go with the ability to deliver better services. The organization is focused on leadership development for a long time. And so how do we sort of make good on that and really infuse it into the organization? It takes specific plans and efforts and actions. As you know, we have a 5-year plan. The 5-year plan that we've built was adapted from some other groups that we liked. And what I think we added to that was really making sure that the overarching goals of our 5-year strategic plan were rooted in the mission of the organization. The ideas around fostering sustainable economic growth, providing effective customer services to our residents, and protecting and preserving the quality of life in our county. So what if, and really we're looking at one of the things that I think and that Keith and I have been talking about is really important is what is the work experience like for the staff here in the county? And what if every interaction they had with residents, and the residents, so this is really about both groups. What if every experience we had with residents left them feeling heard and like we had gone the extra mile? And what if residents felt like and staff felt appreciated after every interaction and empowered to solve those problems? Is that a pie in the sky idea? When I shared this with the leadership team, Brent asked me what kind of pie that might be. And I said it was probably Dutch apple, just, as a little side note. But really, it might be pie in the sky, but that's okay because it's a lofty goal. And almost any organizational development group that you talk to is going to advise an organization to think about lofty goals. The Stephen Covey group talks about wildly important goals. Some people call them audacious goals. In general, having your eye on a summit that the organization looks to collectively or that you as an individual have on your horizon helps an organization improve its performance, its functionality, and build meaning in its work. So another challenge we have as an organization is that we don't have profit, we don't have sales, we don't have an easily measurable yardstick for our success as an organization writ large. So what if we hung our hats on goodwill of our residents, and we decided that was what we wanted to try to build towards and work towards? Not that it's easily measurable, I will grant you that. But why would we do that? How does that fit? It really is what the mission of the organization is about. Those three things we talked about are ultimately what we want to do to be in service to our residents, because it improves our day-to-day work lives, and it helps us grow as an organization, and it improves the lives of our residents, of Clear Creek County. So to do that kind of thing, I think you have to step through a few levels to get to the point of how to translate something sort of abstract like goodwill of residents into action. So first, we've identified these kind of goals that would be driving ideals, identifying meaningful elements of success, and trying to build a culture of pride in the organization, with the idea that those things would improve mission delivery. And so what are the actions that support that? Focusing on the sort of the top part of the organization-wide stuff, by creating a mission-focused strategic plan, looking at individuals and helping them by having an individual achievement focus that focuses on success and connecting each individual's work to the mission of the organization, and then building tools for the different teams to sort of connect those two, top down, bottom up sort of elements of mission connection. So a mission focused strategic plan, we're going to talk about that more today. It's building on the work we've already done. We have this 5-year plan, and one of the things we're going to talk about today is that in addition to identifying the mission-focused strategic goals of the organization and different strategic objectives that are sort of categorized within those strategic goals, we want to connect the departments and ask the departments to identify work that they're doing, and think of it as how the work that they are doing connects to those big picture strategic goals, and include that in the strategic plan material that we publish and look at as a whole. On the individual achievement framework, we're moving forward in this work as well. One key point is asking staff. We've launched that survey, asking staff how they feel about their work and success and contribution. And that will be a starting point to have conversations with staff about their individual mission contribution, and will evolve into a system that we hope will help recognize and reward and recognize the success and the strengths of all the individual staff people who are dedicated. And we'll talk about the results of that survey at a future meeting, but the initial results show that people do take a great deal of pride in their work. And then building that tool for teams, piloting this 4DX system, which is a Covey tool that we have had training on. I had that conversation with the planning and building services team yesterday, and so we're starting to look at how to figure out how do we start to practice implementing a system like that. It's getting the training on it and learning how to do it, and hearing from the consultants is really important. The real work is how do you actually put it into practice and make it be of service to the staff and the departments and in advancing their work. This is a draft timeline. We're in this first quarter of 2021, starting with steps 1, 2, and 3. We'll have some check-ins along the way. You've also seen the syllabus that we prepared and presented yesterday, and be continuing to work through this throughout the first 3 quarters of the year. And the message that we've shared with the leadership team and with the planning and building services team is that this is not an effort to try to right some wrong in the organization, or get people to do better or do their jobs better, or because of some deficit that has been observed. It's about just rising up together and being able to do more and bring more satisfaction to people in their job, and more meaning and pride in their work, which will will deliver better mission delivery, and make residents feel like they are here for them and help us be an exemplary local government organization. So that's all I got for you on that. We've shared that with the leadership team, and we'll be continuing to work through that. Any questions on that? Comments? Anything you want to add, Keith?
No, I think you did a great job giving the overview, kind of setting forth the game plan. As Amy indicated, we presented you the syllabus, I believe it was last week, and identified critical timelines and milestones. We've already, as Amy indicated, the survey has already gone out to all county employees, and we're getting a good response rate. I'm very, very pleased with the response rate, the number of employees that are responding, and that's a countywide survey. So we will compile that information as well and share that with you here in the not too distant future. But hopefully that will help us also establish the ultimate direction that we need to go, and maybe highlight some of the factors that we need to focus a little bit more attention on. But again, I'm very pleased with the engagement and the response from the employees on the survey. But I think, Amy, you did a great job. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was very concise and well presented. And as usual, things that are concise and well presented do leave questions because there isn't time for a lot of infill of definitions and things like that.
Yeah.
But a couple of things, I wrote down mission at every desk, and I drew and I underlined it and put a big heart next to it because I really like the concept of it. And I just wanted to share an experience that I had from early in my aggressive career, in which I was in construction management as a project manager and still doing supervision. And I was an early adopter of a lot of computer stuff among those supervisors and project managers. It was about 1984, and as a result, a lot of my teammates became very upset with me for being so aggressive, like they thought I was taking something away from them. And I finally had to close the door with some of my fellow supervisors and project managers one day, and they were my peers. I was not their supervisor of any kind. And I just said, look, guys, we've all got a desk. I have a desk. Don't worry, I'm not trying to steal your desk. We all have a desk, and every one of these desks contributes to the company. And the best I can do for myself is to do really the best job I possibly can for the company. And I feel like when I'm doing that, I'm doing the best job I possibly can for you. And I'm not even looking at your desk. I just assume you're doing the same thing. Don't worry about it. I'm counting on you that you're over there doing the same thing you can with the best you got out of your desk right now. And somehow instilling that idea that the best I can do for myself is the best I can do for the organization. And the best I do for the organization is the best I can do for every person in the organization really goes a long way towards, and to me, that's the whole spirit that was embodied in that was what I heard when I saw a mission at every desk. And the end result of that experience was that by the following year, the company looked at what was going on and saw that reaction and just went out and bought a whole bunch of, at that time, I think they were Mac Pluses or something like that, and stuck one on every desk in the building. Said, we're going to equalize this right now and get everybody as excited about whatever's the next best thing going on. Now, I will tell you how dumb they were. We had a Unix IBM-based accounting system, and the two couldn't talk to each other. So then we had to have somebody write software to do all that. But that's just the funny part of how you can get it. We're trying to get it right.
Great, thank you.
I had a quick comment. First off, I wanted to rewind and say, Beth, thank you so much for all your work with the electrification. I skipped over that in my little diatribe, but good work. And then I'm super excited that we're doing this. And I really like the fact that it's not, when I heard 5-year plan, I thought that's what we were going to be talking about, this initiative. And then when I saw that it's going to be rolling out over essentially the next 2 quarters, that got me pretty enthusiastic about it. So I think we're headed in the right direction. I did have a little bit of a technical question. I looked at the survey, and I don't know much about surveys other than the ones I hear T-Mobile does, they put a lot of specialized knowledge and thought into how they design them. How do we design ours?
Well, I wrote the survey. I wouldn't say I have a technical background in surveys. I have a fairly extensive background in marketing. And so the intent was to, like, the things I think about in writing the surveys are the way the question is written, whether or not we include an opportunity for a narrative response or not, and why we would do that. When questions are asking about sort of a, like kind of whether they have a range from positive to negative, where it's sort of a similar to a Likert scale where you could assign a number 1 through 5 sort of to it, but it has a narrative association with each sort of rating. And some questions are more like, there's one question on there, like, what do you struggle with at work? And so that's not a rating system. Basically, I wanted to ask a question about each element of the mission. I wanted to ask a question about how people felt about their work, and was thinking about how the results would inform us. So when I'm asking a question, I'm picturing what the results would tell us, and how that translates into the pie chart that's going to be generated by the data. So I'm not a professional survey writer by any stretch, but I know the basics of keeping it brief and what we were trying to do, which is so the survey tells us things. It also helps to inform the people who are taking it by the nature of the questions, and it tells the people what the organization is interested in about them, so it's not saying, hey, how are you screwing up? It's saying, hey, how are you feeling? How's it going? And so that was the intent,
Okay.
I think we also wanted to demonstrate or show all of our employees that we really value their feedback, their input, their comments, because we hadn't done that before. And that was one of the challenges, I think, with our initial creation of the 5-year strategic plan. And we certainly heard that from the leadership team and from employees about, well, it would have been nice if we would have had the opportunity to share our thoughts and vision and views. So we felt as though that the survey was a good way to reach out and just demonstrate that we really do value all of our employees.
Yeah.
I think just one other thing, we were thinking of it as feedback to leadership rather than a way to collect information. Like, I think sometimes surveys like that can be sort of a trap for employees, like, oh, according to the survey, and I use this example and when we were crafting the message, but according to the survey, 27% of you would steal office supplies. So we're going to lock the cabinet from now on. Like, we weren't trying to, that wasn't what we were trying to do, and so.
Yeah, and in no way was I wanting to come across as being critical. I was just thinking of something that came up early in the presentation, which is it's hard to measure whether anything's working or not. And yeah. I think that's one area where a survey, maybe another survey, if this one wasn't designed for that purpose, but like when you go to the doctor on an annual basis, right, you walk out of there sometimes and you have some stuff to work on, and then you go back a year later or 6 months later and your blood pressure's down, your cholesterol's good, or whatever. And I think that it's important for us to have some, you can't manage what you don't measure. And at some point, I think that this is going to be part of the infrastructure that we put in place as part of employee development. So I think that it's a good start, and I don't disagree with anything that you said. All I would maybe gently caution us is there are probably some areas where getting a little bit of professional advice might be a really good investment. And at least from my perspective, I complain about spending money all the time. This is something that I probably won't complain much about.
John, I kind of agree that it seems like the issue of needing surveys is coming up more and more frequently as we embrace like sort of a new, more open relationship with our staff, with our community, etc. And I think it could make sense to try to, just do some proactive skill development. Maybe there's a subset of our team that wants to, do a workshop on it or something, just to like level it up a little bit. I don't know that we need to bring a consultant in for every survey, and I don't think you're suggesting that.
Right.
That's
Some
probably all I
training.
have.
It's a great idea. Good.
I think one other thing popped up to me, and it was the idea that I think goodwill is not only hard to measure, but it's also hard to define. And it was a pretty brief conversation around that. And I think understanding whose goodwill toward whom, and I know it was the goodwill of our residents, but whose goodwill toward whom for what is something that has to add a lot of nuance to that discussion and understand what it really means. And once we get there, then we'll be able to better define a measurement tool if that's the yardstick we choose to use. And I'm sure if we canceled all property taxes tomorrow, we'd earn tons of goodwill.
Right.
Until about January when we stop plowing roads.
Yep.
So there are obviously some, limits to what that means and how we use it. But I like the idea that generally we're talking about, in one sense, we're talking about customer satisfaction, but kind of broadening that to a little broader context, I think, with satisfaction with our overall performance and engagement with the community and the manner with which we're serving them, even though sometimes we're unable to deliver what they wish they had.
Right. Right.
So I think I heard you say, Amy. Oh, I'm sorry, Randy. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm done.
Okay. I think I heard you say that there were a couple things you wanted us to talk about. We've got about 15 minutes.
Yeah. So I wanted to also just, I think we sent you a few documents also. We wanted to go over and just, we can play this by ear a little bit, but we have a report on the 2020 objectives and what happened with those and what the status is of those. I can throw those up on the screen and we can talk about them if that seems like the thing to do. Keith is nodding, so I can do that.
While you're doing that, I just wanted to throw out real quick. There is a very common tool that's super simple that you see everywhere you look called the Net Promoter Score. It asks the question, how likely are you to recommend, engage building a house in Clear Creek or whatever the area you're looking to zoom in on from a scale from 1 to 10. And it gives you a score from -100 to +100. And Apple and Tesla and companies like that score in the 70s, and Comcast has a negative score. And it's something that's really simple that we might consider trying out too.
Yep. Thank you for that, Sean. So this is just an overview of what happened with the 2020 objectives. So under goal 1, the goal regarding economic growth, we had 3 objectives. One was prevent, minimize recession impacts from COVID-19, specifically around pursuing state funds, expanding public health capacity, and building resilience. This item, I think, is complete. Alyssa really managed this through the recovery efforts. We did expand public health capacity. We hired a public health director. We separated health and human services and public health, brought on temporary nurses, and applied for and received a bunch of money, and created the resiliency collaborative. And so I think this was definitely a success.
So my comment on that, I agree. We had a lot of success, and we did a lot. I don't know that we can say that it's complete because we're still there. And so I don't know how exactly to work through this. That might be good enough for what we're trying to do here. I just want to make sure that it remains a top priority for this organization.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that is that's definitely, nothing here like precludes any future action, but no, I think that's a great point. This objective, identifying county-owned properties for disposition that would benefit our local economy. We did not make a lot of headway in 2020, made very limited progress. I sort of was able to tap back into the work that was done in 2017. And now at this point, so we're suggesting moving this to 2021. Matt and Martha and Lisa have started to re-review this and had a meeting earlier this week on the topic, and have a game plan, and we'll be prepared to present you with more information on this in April. And in general, I think as you'll see, there's something here, and it's also a fairly complex topic. We have a lot of property. So we will share more with you about that in April. And then in the third objective from this economic goal is regarding the road and bridge department. They did complete a pavement condition survey of all the roads and have a 20-year maintenance plan. They continue to obviously do the maintenance programs that they have in place around snow removal and guardrails and resurfacing, et cetera. And they will publish on the website their annual project plan. And we'll continue to do that.
Amy, can we, I want to make a comment on the one that is about halfway on the screen. There we go. I would like an opportunity for some sort of early intervention by the board about what kind of criteria we have for these properties. Like, are we trying to, get the most dollars in a sale? Are we trying to use them to solve,
Yeah.
I think building some alignment around that would be helpful.
I think that's where we landed in our conversation as a staff group on this, is that there's still a very large chunk of stuff to consider. There's several categories of county-owned land, and then there's several sort of strings attached to each one of those categories of county-owned land. Whether it's land that we acquired in a tax lien or land that, it just depends on how we got it, how big it is, how much of it, it is a little bit, so anyway, it's a little bit of a brain explosion type thing to really, when you start to look at all the different elements of it. So what we want to do over the next, into the next 2 months is get our arms around it, organize all the different categories, give you some data about the different categories, and then make some characterizations about what the different categories of land, what the potentials are for those different categories. There's really quite a bit of the county-owned land are restricted, right? We have, obviously, open space land has some restrictions on it, and then there's a whole bunch of land that was handed over as part of the BLM land transfer that's in a category called RPP, Recreation PP. I can't remember exactly what the letters stand for, but those are also restricted in terms of what we can do with that land. And so all of that is, and some of the county-owned land has buildings on it and some of it doesn't. And, each one of it's very complicated, but we want to be able to distill it and inform you about it all and help characterize really what this big picture is and be able to provide it in an informed way. And so we think we would need until early April to be able to really provide that in an informed way for you.
Yeah, and I'd second what George had to say. And I think the missing piece is probably more on the Board of Commissioners and policy side than anywhere else. I mean, we have these disjointed conversations and one-offs here and there. And I know that the item we're going to talk about at 1 o'clock has gotten pretty far. There's been a lot of work and conversations that have happened with, I would think, multiple policy assumptions, and the board wasn't part of any of that. And I think it's our job to get a little bit ahead of the process here. And I think that's something we need to start working on sooner rather than later. And I don't see why we couldn't do these two things in parallel.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think, yeah, I guess I would say, we looked at this part of this objective available for disposition, which would benefit our local economy. And, we didn't necessarily have a clear understanding of what either of these things meant in a specific way, right? But nevertheless, in order to even be able to start talking about how to apply those terms, whether we knew exactly what you intended by them or not, it still felt like we needed to be able to give you a picture of what the different categories of county-owned land were and what the complexities were of trying to dispose of them. Like selling a mining claim might cost more to sell than the tax revenue it would generate over 50 years. That might be an exaggeration, but as an example, like that's not something that's something we can give you that information as part of your discussion of disposition and what benefits the local economy. Is that sort of just basic information that isn't, I don't think that's policy related. I guess I think that's just information.
I think the decision of what to do with something is the higher level. I mean, when we talk about what is the cost of sale versus the revenues raised, that's a technical discussion that we may or may not be involved in. But when people get down the path of making the assumption that this particular use of a property is something that we want to do, to the extent that they have begun conversations and negotiations with the other party who is then taking action and enduring expense, and we haven't even been part of that specific conversation about that transaction, that's the kind of thing where I just think we need to make sure.
Yeah.
And I agree with Sean, that's on us too, because we may need to make sure that staff understands that has the direction and understands that's the level at which we want to be engaged. What are you going to do with that trailhead? What are you going to do with that property? What are you going to do with those things? How does that tie into the big picture of things that we would like to know something about and have opportunity? Because there's also an intellectual inertia that happens, an emotional inertia that happens, and there's nothing that the worst part I've had in this job is early on a couple of times where we learned that we shut down staff on projects they'd been working energetically on for a long time, and it was like, ouch, that hurt. That would have hurt if it had been me getting that shut down that I'd invested all that time in, and we want to try to avoid that situation for everyone.
Yeah, and Randy, I agree with that. I think that's somewhere one of the How to Be a Great Manager books I read and maybe absorbed a little bit of, talks about the need for early feedback, right? Like, let's not go too far down a road before we know if this is the road we should be on.
Right.
Yep.
And I'm not even knocking this particular thing that brought up this subject matter or anything like that. I'm just saying that it was a kind of a, what? How far? And I was just having a Frau Blucher moment, a reaction to something that had happened in the past that was like that, where it was something that we stopped.
Yeah.
And
well, I think what we are proposing is that we're looking at this part of this objective and bringing this to you with the various relevant information about what to say about this part. And then that's when we will be able to, and we think that's a decision point. That's what we talked about in our staff group. This is identifying this group and talking about all the complexities. What are the categories? What are the limitations? What do these categories mean? How many parcels? What are the average acreages? How many total acreage? Just that's the information that we are planning on preparing for you by early April. And then I think that just seems like a really important piece of the puzzle, that we can take that as staff and export the data that's available in our GIS database and massage it and add content and character to the data so you can use it and see it in a more informed way.
I think that's appropriate. I mean, you didn't get a hell no pushback or anything like that. So it's worth investing in bringing the details in. Again, earlier we are to the major concept, the high level concept is all.
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
You know, one of the things that we're doing is, as I think we talked as a board and a staff a few weeks ago, is identifying all of these different priority objectives, priorities within the organization, and setting aside policy discussions and setting aside time on upcoming board agendas. And that's something that, you know, here's a topic that we will identify this and put it on as a work session with the board so that we can get some early feedback from the board before we get too far down the line. And so this is a good example, but we're going to do this for all of these priority objectives, so to speak.
Thank you, Keith. And I want to point out it's 10:57. I think that Keith may have gotten the final word on this topic for the day.
Okay.
And because I would love to be able to stand up and take care of myself in the next 2 minutes.
Okay. Very good.
Can I make a 30-second comment that I think I'll just puts that dots the I? A lot of creating goodwill is fulfilling expectations, and a lot of fulfilling expectations has to do with how you create them to begin with. And that's kind of what underlies that whole conversation I just had, or what I was saying. So,
yeah.
Can we finish this conversation over part of the lunch hour, maybe, since it seems like it has a lot of interest?
We've got a lot. Sean, I want to get through this too. I know we've got things in executive session. I know we both have hard stops at 3. So let's, I was hoping we could get to executive session stuff this morning. We did not. We're running behind time. So I don't know if I don't know how we'll choose to prioritize that, but let's talk about it after the COVID update.
Fair
we
enough.
might gain some time there because I don't know that we need that full hour.
Yeah.
However you wish, I'm open. So.
Okay.
Very good. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Good to see you, Beth.
You too. I left you a present in your office. Did you get it?
No, I was going to go up today, but too many things happened this morning. So I'll be up there tomorrow, though.
Okay, I got the mag lights. They look awesome.
I can't wait to see.
Yeah, so they look
Awesome.
really.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, it is 11 o'clock, which means it's time for our weekly COVID update. Just really quick before we get started on that, I see an hour on the agenda for this. I know I asked at some point, over the weekend, that was expanded to an hour so that we could talk more about dial movement stuff. And then we scheduled a meeting and we spent an hour talking about it yesterday. I suspect we only need 30 minutes. And I wanted to check that assumption, see if anybody else has a reason why we might need an hour. Randy, I appreciate the enthusiasm. I'm enthusiastic about only needing 30 minutes too. So that said, Tim, the floor is yours. We're going to try to go ahead with the regular 30-minute and see where it gets us.
Great, thanks. Good morning, everyone. So we'll start with the national trend. Currently, we have 27+ million confirmed cases across the U.S. continuing on a million plus per week trend. That has slowed a bit. Case rate, the average daily number of new cases continues to be high, although, however, has declined over the last week. Number of new cases is averaging about 111,000 per week. Hospitalizations continue to be high as well, although they continue a downward trend over the last 2 weeks, with a total of roughly 80,000 individuals currently hospitalized as of yesterday, with 77% of the ICU beds currently occupied, which is similar to last week. And when individuals get in the ICU, they tend to stay there more than a week. Fatalities continue to grow, not declining the way hospitalizations and cases have quite yet. We have now lost 465,000 plus Americans to date, at a current rate of around 2,900 per day for a 7-day average. Across the country, our test positivity rate is at 6.9%, slight decline from last week. Major contributing factors continue to be lack of mask wearing and social gatherings and travel, and the variant, which I will get to in a moment. In Colorado, the current number of daily cases has slightly decreased again from last week, now in excess of about 1,200 per day. Our 2-week cumulative incidence in Colorado is at 305 per 100,000, a decline from last week. Hospitalizations continue to decrease across the state, currently at 30% of ICU ventilators are in use, similar to last week. 3% of hospitals anticipate an ICU bed shortage within the next week, and facilities anticipating staff shortages is at 9%. We currently have 535 individuals across the state hospitalized for confirmed COVID case, which is down from last week. Our test positivity rate here in Colorado is at 4.2%. Major contributing factors to the spread, similar to the national trend: lack of masks, social gatherings, travel, and the influx of significant number of tourists every week. Vaccine update in the state. As of yesterday, 541,770 individuals have been immunized with a single dose with either Moderna or Pfizer, and 210,928 have been immunized with 2 doses of either the Pfizer or Moderna. In Clear Creek County, the last 7 days, we've had a total of 7 cases, 19 in the last 2 weeks, for a sum total of 351 to date. Hospitalizations remain steady at 19, fatalities similarly steady at 2. Our 2-week cumulative incident has dropped to 113 per 100,000. Our test positivity rate is at 2.1%. Major contributing factors to spread here in our county are social gatherings and lack of mask wearing. Testing updates: we began and commenced testing last week. We have testing again today in Idaho Springs, and we'll continue that through in March. So at least another month and a half or 2 months of testing, and that will be at the Idaho Springs site on 103. Vaccine update. So the correction from last week, we're having a little difficulty getting accurate numbers back from the statewide system. So to date, we have vaccinated 1,020 individuals with a single dose and 404 with 2 doses. I wanted to share my screen. I had a request for this. This is a heat map of our county. Can you all see that? This is a heat map of our county for the last 60 days, so last 2 months of cases across the county. And the map says what it says. You can read it for yourself. But there was a request for this, so here it is.
Can somebody help me with my geography here? That big red dot, do we think that's Floyd Hill, or is that more like is that farther south than Floyd Hill?
I think it's slightly south, no, actually.
Isn't that I-70 shooting out to the right into Jeffco? So that would be Floyd Hill.
Yeah, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Okay. That doesn't relate to the school, does it? That's based, this heat map is based on where people live.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and we haven't had an outbreak at the school since last year. So we're in pretty good shape.
And what level of time does that map reflect also, Tim?
That was the last 60 days.
Okay.
The last 2 months, November and December, basically, or I'm sorry, January and December.
So could that be in part, maybe it's just a wild guess, but could that be in part maybe because of proximity to other testing sources relating to our reduced testing for a couple of 3 weeks there?
No.
You don't think so? Okay, never mind.
When's the last time we had a hospitalization? I know you mentioned that we didn't have any new ones over the last 2 weeks.
Off the top of my head, I would say probably about 6 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago.
Okay.
Any other updates? So we are going to continue to receive the Moderna vaccine. We have not received any Pfizer, don't plan to in the near future. The schedule is still the same in terms of we're receiving roughly 100 every other week. Sometimes we get 100 every week, but it seems to be every other week. We are receiving 100 this week, and we are going to be vaccinating some folks tomorrow in the 70+ group, as well as Thursday, some of the teachers across the district. And moving forward with that. Any questions so far?
Okay. Have you been given any guidance in terms of that rhythm hopefully increasing, or different vaccines coming online like J&J?
So J&J has recently, as last week, submitted their emergency use authorization, and hopefully their FDA is meeting at the end of this month, I believe the 26th or so. And if the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines are any indication, they will likely be shipped literally the next day after their approval. So from the state's perspective, what they've heard from the federal government in the new national plan that this country has now, vaccine rollout is increasing, but it's, as an example, Colorado is going to be receiving this week or next week an additional 17,000 vaccines, which doesn't really translate to a whole lot for any one county. And given counties like Jefferson, for instance, who's received the fewest per capita of any county in this entire state, it's possible that a good bulk of those might go to any one county or a number of counties to bring them back up to parity with the rest of the state. So that's all I've heard thus far, that we can anticipate a slight increase. And if that means for our county we receive 100 every week, great. We can certainly accommodate more than that. We now, with the team we have, can anticipate doing 1,000 in a day on a good day with the right weather. So we're anxiously waiting for that day when the state calls and says we're sending you 1,000. It'd be a good day. So until then, we're whittling away at the folks who have signed up. And we're no longer calling it a list. It is not a list. Folks can go online through our website and/or call and sign up for an inquiry or interest in the vaccine for those particular groups who are interested and who are qualified under the state's protocol. I know there's been some discussion around we should have everyone in the entire county sign up. Somehow that is going to change the equation. I spoke yesterday on the phone with Dr. Reynolds, who is the public health director in Gunnison County, who has implemented this. And she really didn't have anything positive to say about that protocol and about that methodology. Gunnison County doesn't have the problem that we in Clear Creek have, in that they don't have a county right next to them where they have an influx of significant number of people trying to get vaccinated in Gunnison County. So the majority of those folks who are signed up in Gunnison are actually Gunnison County residents. I don't think, based on what we've seen thus far, that will be the case in Clear Creek. I imagine our population will swell to double what we currently have in our county if we just say anyone interested in a vaccine, fill out the form online, and we will do our math and hopefully get that to you. So the state in reality has bound us in many ways, including we are no longer allowed to ask for an ID, determining where you live, nor are we allowed to ask on our online form. It's very unfortunate, primarily because we were not using that question and answer to discriminate against anyone in the particular county. We were merely trying to keep track of how many people in Clear Creek were vaccinating compared to other counties. Like I've always said, we're happy to vaccinate anyone who comes. We just would like to be able to differentiate in our data in order to do that. And the state has now removed our ability to do that, which is unfortunate for many reasons. But
so that was the question that was on the application to say, do you live in Clear Creek County? Because I had someone ask me about that too. That's no longer on the form.
Correct. Yeah, it just said, are you a Clear Creek County resident?
Yeah.
It was the intent was to understand, are 20% of the people seeking the vaccine from in Clear Creek or out of Clear Creek? It was not used as a tool to discriminate or parse out who can get a vaccine and who cannot. That was never the intent. It was merely to identify the number of people. So when I talk to CDPHE, I can say, look, we're vaccinating 30% of the folks from Jefferson County who are coming to our vaccine sites. And so you'd think they'd want to know that sort of information, but they have removed our ability to do that. So
Yeah.
Go ahead, George. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, Tim, it's really good for me to know that, because I can continue to say, hey, please send us enough vaccines for 40,000 people, not 10,000 people. Maybe 100,000 people. Jefferson County, there's so many people in Jefferson County. Anyway.
George,
Yeah, knowing that one of the largest counties anywhere is in the greatest need percentage-wise and sits on our border helps me better understand. I know I've been one of the folks that have said repeatedly that a robust system of getting everybody, all of our residents into a system so that we can then have an understanding of what's left and better. And it's not hard to manage the list, all those kind of things is true, except that when we have this honor system thing going on and no ability to vet out who's from where, it's an invitation to, it's really an invitation to abuse at the end of the day. So,
or to even ask.
Yeah. So we collective, the whole team have been trying to stay a step ahead or two of the state and anticipate what it is the state may or may not decide on any given day. And I think the system we have right now allows us to be nimble and to pivot on any given day. We're looking at the system the state is using, but right now it appears to us that the system we're using is far more useful to us than the state system. Has way more limitations than we want, and it would not provide us with that nimbleness. So we're getting our vaccines out as soon as literally as we receive them. As you heard maybe on the news this weekend, we've vaccinated now what we estimate to be roughly 70% or more of our 70+ folks in the county, including our frontline workers, et cetera, et cetera. So in addition to that point about Jefferson County, I mean, they have 16,000+ teachers in Jefferson County alone. It's the single largest county in the entire state. And the fact that they have been underrepresented in allocation deserves investigation, if I might add. I would really be interested to understand why that is, that Jefferson County is being looked over that much. To that end, Jefferson County has asked many times CDPHE to ramp up their supply of vaccine. And so we have reached out in my team to help if in fact Jefferson County does receive a large shipment that they are unable to disseminate in any given week. We have offered our services to help at least vaccinate on the west end of their county, given that we can vaccinate 500 to 1,000 folks a day. So if they have the vaccines, we have the people to help, as long as it doesn't coincide with the days that we vaccine in our own county. So
that sounds great. And I just wanted to say that I looked at, understanding the mess that Jeffco's in, I just took our population divided by the state population and multiplied it times the 17,000 vaccines doses that you said we got this week for Colorado. That would amount to 28 doses if it were done per capita for Clear Creek County, it's almost inconsequential. I
Right.
think I really like the idea because we've been helped by our neighboring counties too. And I really like the idea that if we have some capacity to help Jeffco in that situation, it's a good use of resources and goodwill.
It's always good for Goliath to help Samson.
Which well, we can talk about understanding that analogy.
George,
Yeah,
I'm putting Clear Creek as Goliath, helping our neighbor. Anyway,
Yeah, no,
so
good, thanks.
I'm not really sure. I mean, yeah.
the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, as I said, will likely be rolled out instantly the moment it's approved. It's a single dose. Logistically, we've already talked about what does that look like for our own vaccine clinics. Are we able to simultaneously give out 2 different vaccines, one of which is a single dose, the other is a double dose? We've already worked through those logistics, both on the ground and more broadly. So we're ready as soon as that vaccine hits the ground. We are anticipating that there is not going to be a choice. As a patron, you don't get a choice on which vaccine you get. You get the vaccine we give you. Because when you start to give choice, particularly in this early stage and trying to get as many people vaccinated, it just complicates the matter to the nth degree, for which we don't really have the bandwidth to do that. So the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is quite effective, particularly around hospitalizations and fatality. It has an 85% plus efficacy in those 2 realms, which is absolutely critical. In addition, the overall protectiveness or efficacy, the 66+%. So in the clinical trial done in North America was at 72% overall efficacy. So really no reason to distinguish between the 2 vaccines. Slightly more effective, yes, but the single dose will provide you with efficacy almost instantly, whereas the other 2 vaccines, you're 4 to 6 weeks out before you have that level of efficacy anyway. So
From the first dose. From the first dose, you're 6 weeks out because you wait 30,
correct.
then you wait 2 more weeks for that to take effect.
Exactly. Yep. So we see it as a potentially huge game changer if we can get 30, 40,000, 50,000 plus a week of Johnson & Johnson in addition to the Pfizer and Moderna. That will really help us turn the corner, not only in our county, but more broadly in the state, around getting to that next tier of folks and really the bulk of the workforce out there, particularly in our county, would probably be included in that next phase. In relation to our conversation yesterday, I do have an update. I was able to get in touch with CDPHE. They are anticipating a potential change in color sometime this week. They will let me know further. They didn't have a date or a color, but I don't think that they're going to move us more than 1 color. They haven't moved any county more than 1 color, regardless of if our numbers are in green by Friday or Thursday. So we can likely anticipate, to George's point yesterday, it would take 100% test positivity this week to keep us in orange, given our current numbers. So we can anticipate likely later the end of this week, I don't know what day, a change in color from orange to yellow.
I want to ask us to, I appreciate that really the state is the one that's choosing to use their legal authority to move us around colors. I also notice that a lot of counties get to choose to appear to get away with choosing to make declarations about their status. I know Pitkin County, I should not have mentioned them by name, at a case rate of 600 per 100,000 declared themselves in orange. And their restaurants got open at 25%, and the state didn't do or say anything about that. And so I really would like us to, whether we've heard from the state or not, be ready to know where we think we are by Thursday at 4:30.
Well, I think intended to do that by having that's why we set that meeting for late that day. So we'll hopefully have the information that we've said we're waiting on all that time. And I agree with that.
Yeah, and I'm just wanting you guys all to know kind of what my tone is going to be at 4:30 on Thursday, whether we've heard from the state or not.
I see Peter unmuted himself. I'm wondering, I mean, it looks like other counties have done it and gotten away with it. I would just want to know that we would be doing that in the most, a manner that preserved our relationship with the state and kept us in legal safe harbor as well.
Right.
So in answer to your question, I mean, the fact is that from a legal perspective, the county does not have the authority to unilaterally change its designation for the state dial method that they have. The board may absolutely make a recommendation and directive to Dr. Ryan to negotiate with CDPHE to change the dial. It may pass a resolution stating its view that it should be at a different color. But technically speaking, that is a decision that is up to the state. Now, I completely understand from a practical purpose what George is stating in terms of what other counties have done. I'm just letting you know that that doesn't necessarily mean what other counties have done is correct legally, but that doesn't mean that it's been enforced by the state any differently. So I leave that to you, but your actual legal authority is to pass a resolution stating your opinion and also to direct Dr. Ryan or whatever county official you feel appropriate to negotiate with CDPHE in order to get the appropriate dial change.
So maybe it makes sense for us to draft a resolution for the Board of Health for Thursday to have ready if that ends up being the direction we head in.
Well, if we're gonna choose to, according to the advice of our lawyer, break the law with a resolution, and I'm not sure if a resolution is required to break the law since you're breaking the law anyway.
I'm not suggesting it.
Something you do with a mask and a gun, but just if I could just finish, I think I want to clarify my own statement from a moment ago. We decided to be ready by 4:30 in the afternoon to be able to make the best decisions possible with the best data available. Dr. Ryan's frustration and all of our frustration with the state, which emanates not just from CDPHE, but from the governor and a lot of different competing sources, because a lot of people have their hands tied on different things and don't get to do what they wish they could do. It's hard for me to cast blame. I think CDPHE has been, relatively speaking, respectful to Clear Creek County. I think at the end of the day, if we know that our neighbor next door is the worst in the state and we have managed, for example, to get vaccines to 70% of our people, then it's fair to say that our relationship with them has been decent enough that I agree that we ought not to be burning bridges over a day's worth of time if we're still working with CDPHE on Thursday to get that answer, rather than to draw a line in the sand and turn into one of those counties that we have, to be quite honest, criticized ourselves for not being cooperative from a health standpoint. I would probably be indicative, since we've just indicated what our tone is likely to be on Thursday. My tone would be to be working as hard as possible with CDPHE to make sure we got the right answer, even at 4:30 in the afternoon if we haven't had it yet.
And Commissioner, if I could just interject, perhaps I wasn't clear what I stated, but I believe what I meant to state, if I didn't state it clearly, was that you do not have the legal authority to change the dial, our color dial, so to speak, on our own. The board may, like it may do on any subject matter, adopt a resolution stating its opinion concerning a matter. It does not necessarily, just like it could have done, and we may have had this discussion in the past, you could have done it for various pieces of legislation and may have done it for various pieces of legislation in the past. The board can always make a recommendation, state the county's view by the board's view. That is not illegal, but you cannot unilaterally change it. I want to be clear, you cannot unilaterally change it. You may absolutely do what you want. You can direct Dr. Ryan to negotiate with CDPHE as well as other staff members. But again, You cannot unilaterally change anything. You may pass a resolution stating your opinion on it.
And my point was that the resolution that we passed can't legally open the restaurants to a yellow level or to 50% or anything else. It can't legally do that.
That is correct.
A recommendation to request of the state to do that legally, but anything else that we did to try to take matters into our own hands would not actually be legal, is your point. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And to making sure that's abundantly clear to everybody. I don't think I have anything else to add on that. I
George,
hope
just as a point of clarification, are you suggesting or thinking that if on Thursday we hear from the state who says we're moving you to yellow or we're keeping you at orange or whatever their designation is, but our data suggests that we should be in blue, you're going to push for us to go to blue?
No, absolutely not. I think it would be inappropriate for us to move from orange to blue in 1 week or in 1 day.
Yeah, and the process as we talked about yesterday is if in fact we get moved to yellow, which is a very high probability just given what we have already seen, we would only need to be that in a week based on the new dial 2.0. If our numbers are indicating lower, then we would be in the color yellow for a week. If our numbers indicated lower, then the following week they would follow suit.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. And yeah, just to clarify, I'm not in any way suggesting Clear Creek County or the Board of Health goes rogue and follows the poor example of other counties. I just want to make sure that the state knows that we feel like we've done everything we can do to be safe, and we're quite frankly safer than the counties who are already in yellow. And so I think this is a moot point. I don't think this is based on what Dr. Ryan is saying. I don't think this is even going to come up, but I just want to be ready to do everything that we can to campaign for the level of openness I think that we've proven we're capable of handling and that we deserve. And then the other question I have, and maybe it's for you, George, how did Pitkin County, since we outed them, how did they even do it legally? Like, did they basically strong arm the state, and the state kind of like did something sort of quietly, or I mean, what happened?
It appears to be the case to me that the state is not enforcing its public health order. We've had a number of very confusing scenarios where text messages have caused last second openings of economies where, counties have said, well, we have 200,000 cases, we have 2,000 cases per 100,000, which is like 7 times the level you're supposed to be in red, but we're not going to take your bribe to close down our restaurants in the name of safety. And then, we've seen a whole lot of stuff happen with little to no consequence except for rhetorical saber rattling. And that saber rattling appears to not be deployed uniformly either, right? I've heard some of the same counties whose actions have frustrated and confused me be held up as models for how a board of health should be done. So, the state of the narrative and the state of the law and the state of the enforcement of the law is, basically it's in our wheelhouse. And Randy, I agree. Are we going to try to, be naughty because we've seen other people get away with being naughty? No, I'm not suggesting that.
And I want to be clear that I wasn't taking, and Sean, I hope you didn't feel the need to respond to me because I wasn't taking anything you said to mean that. And it was only, there was a little lack of clarity in what George said that made me wonder what he was saying. And it's not, and I was kind of surprised. I wouldn't normally expect that from him. I just wanted to make sure that we were, and it sounds like we're all in violent agreement stated 3 different ways right now. And I think that one thing that's going on in defense of the state not having sent the National Guard into Pitkin County, and I'm not casting aspersions on anything anybody said here today, is that really is the problem. I think we figured out a long time ago that if all the restaurants in the state said no way and just opened up, we don't have enough National Guardsmen, police, and public health employees to even deal with the problem. So we're counting on people's goodwill, common sense, and desire to stay healthy, and elected officials' desire to do the same thing, and the majority are doing the right thing.
I did have one last question for you, Tim. Was your conversation, you mentioned you had a conversation with a representative of the state. Are they going to be present at our meeting on Thursday at 4:30? Or some
No,
representative?
no, the person I spoke to was not able to. Their calendar is full, as you might imagine, on any given week, so they're unable to make it. I mean, getting anyone other than the top three folks at CDP, PHE doesn't really make much sense. They're not going to provide any sort of insight or contribute to the conversation in a meaningful way from my perspective. So having somebody other than Jill or Mara or Michelle below her really didn't make any sense. And those three folks were not able to join. So.
But you're confident that we will have at least some of the data or maybe all of the data that we need?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks.
I would hope, I mean, I'm less interested in knowing that they're going to be able to show up to our meeting than I am in knowing that they've got it in their calendar to check an email that's coming from Dr. Tim Ryan with Clear Creek County.
No, yeah, that's basically what the conversation, when it was clear they couldn't make it to Thursday's meeting, that's basically what the conversation was about, was please be aware of our data. We're testing today. We tested last week. We're continuing to do that. And so please be cognizant of that and make yourself available from acknowledging the receipt of my email and or data, and then moving forward with that. So I would just say to the previous conversation, staying the course and doing what we've been doing has worked well for Clear Creek, both in terms of our numbers and keeping our economic engine idling at times, but nonetheless moving forward. And I think that's going to change here in the near term in a very positive way. And it's, yeah, we can go rogue, but does that really solve or address the issues that we have? Absolutely not in any way. So I think staying the course, as our motto is, has served us well and will continue to serve us well moving forward.
Yeah. Okay. What else do we have? It is 11:30. We don't have a hard cutoff. I don't know that there's anything else that I have on my mind or questions.
Suzanne, did you have anything from an EOC standpoint?
Sorry, doing two calls at the same time. Very briefly, yeah, we, in consultation with Dr. Ryan, I am demobilizing or deactivating, the EOC at the end of this week. And the reason behind that is the EOC is the Emergency Operations Center function is intended to be temporary to help stabilize the situation. And while information continues to change, the capability that public health has built up within Clear Creek County has enabled them, of course, with partners to manage the functions that they need to manage. So that will be happening the end. So we'll do one more situation report summing up this week's events. So really what that means to us is there won't be official EOC phone calls anymore, and we won't do a situation report anymore. I'm still holding a weekly call with that group. It won't be the EOC meeting, but the gelling of that group is so great that I don't want to let that go yet. But the agenda will change. And partly in that is the meetings that we've had for the past few weeks, definitely aside from figuring out when we receive vaccines and making sure that we get our vaccination sites all scheduled and staffed, there aren't significant updates from our other partners, from EMS, from fire, from schools, from law enforcement. So knowing all that and discussing it with the whole EOC team, they're all in agreement for demobilizing the EOC. So the big information piece that we need to figure out is how to continue to do our public information in the county. But that is where we are. But at any moment, if Tim needs or any commissioner decides or the sheriff that we need to ramp the EOC back up for anything, you can just tell me and we'll do it. So, but again, I've told Tim and everyone else on our team, I'm still here to help as emergency manager. So I can still order resources and staff. Those things don't go away. We're just at a different activation level.
What's the trajectory for the National Guard resources that are still associated with Clear Creek?
Yeah, we have two National Guard folks, Alex and Cindy. Alex has another 10 days with us. And then for Cindy, we are working that out, but it will be sometime likely in March. But we're not exactly clear on that date yet.
Thank you for that, Suzanne. I don't see any questions. I don't see any questions on Facebook, and I don't see any questions in the chat. So
Okay.
we may have gotten where we needed to get.
All right. Thank you.
Just to remind everyone of our public town hall this Thursday evening from 6 to 7, same time, same bat channel. The Zoom link is on our website, and our Facebook page will be streaming that live. So bring all your questions, please.
Okay, thank you. So then we're going to do a little bit of choose your adventure here. We're going to talk about how to reconstruct this agenda. I know we have no small handful of things to discuss in executive session. The way I see it, we can choose to pick back up our strategic planning conversation we were happening that we had to cut short, or we can jump into executive session and start to try to chip away at that. Preferences, Sean, Randy, staff?
I think the executive session stuff is probably the most timely. So hopefully we can knock that out and get back to the other goals conversation too, but I think we should do exec first.
Sure. I'm fine with that.
Okay, me too. And then I'm happy, Sean, to answer your question that you posed earlier. I'm happy to cut an hour lunch in half and commit to maybe 12:30 to 1 being our lunch break.
Yeah, sure.
Randy, I know you don't eat anyway, so.
I figured out my metabolism now is such that if I learned that if I work out really hard every day and never eat anything, I won't gain weight too fast.
Yeah. I don't know how you survive on optimism, but here we go. Anyway, let's see here. I've got somewhere, I'm just gonna go off my memory. The board will now move into executive session for the following purposes.
Good. Pursuant to CRS section 24.64024A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real property, personal or other property interests in county properties generally, and to determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, or developing strategy for negotiations, or instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned property. And pursuant to CRS 24.6024F and G, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of discussing personnel matters, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally, but rather on specific issues of personnel changes. And two, having a conference with the county attorney for purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to mining claims, and also to procedural matters affecting board functions.
Second.
Okay, just to clarify, that was a motion that I made. Randy, did you have something? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And I'm going to send the Zoom link.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
All right, we'll see you all on the other side.
We're getting the link now, right?
I think so, yeah. I haven't seen it come by.
Aren't you supposed to say your magic words, George? The board will now blah, blah, blah.
Yes, thank you, Sean. I don't know if I'm ever going to get good at this part of this job. The board will adjourn into executive session as provided in the motion. No written minutes will be made of the session.
You won't ever get really good at it. I mean, my experience is.
I might not ever get as good as you were on day one, but that's, you know, a whole other thing.
Like I believe that.
Hey, Amy, if you see somebody I should cross over, say the word. I'm trying to watch as you guys all show up.
The guy from DOLA, his name is Spencer.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out for him. I haven't seen him come on yet, but Miss O'Leary, it's good to see you.
It's nice to see you as well, Beth. Uh,
Hey, guys.
Hi, Keith.
Beth, how's that clock working? Like clockwork, right? Oh, man. It's not keeping correct time?
I think I need new battery.
We just put a new battery in it.
Yeah, those are those rechargeable kinds, and
Oh,
they weren't
yeah.
recharged. I knew when the minute hand went the opposite way around that there was something wrong.
That's
You know, that's a pretty good clock. Actually, you're going back in time.
I want that clock.
Yeah. I'd love to go back
and a
about
little more
30
time
years.
for the day.
Oh my God.
It's kind of like Back to the Future.
I know. I kept looking at it thinking something's amuck, but I'm not sure what it is. So, but yeah, I
Maybe
think,
I'd put the battery in backwards.
I don't know. So here comes George.
So did you say you put your battery in your clock backwards?
Yeah, the clock's running backwards in Beth's office, so.
That sounds like an Avengers movie thing.
I know. Yeah, the minute hand was going backwards. I wasn't sure what was happening.
Well, with a 14-year-old in the house, you can guess we're watching tons of Mandalorian and
Yeah.
just on and on. And then, you know, it's actually a lot of that stuff's really good.
Great.
Really good stuff, man.
Yeah.
So hi and welcome back, everybody. First off, the formalities. We went into executive session before lunch. The board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were made of the session and no decisions were made. Next on our agenda is a work session regarding the LDS property housing proposal. And I just quickly wanted to, before we jump into that, do some agenda management. We have on our agenda consideration of approval of the ChargePoint grant application match. I don't think we're ready to take action on that. Do we need time to discuss it?
If Brent's not ready to advise us in order to be able to determine action, I don't think there's enough left to talk about. There's not, I don't want to spend time talking about what we're going to talk about if we're not ready to talk about it. So.
There he is.
And then I know, and I'm repeating, Peter, I think you had said that the agreement itself is just not in condition to be approved yet.
That's correct. I'm currently revising it. There's still a significant amount of work that needs to be done to it and the exhibits. And that's something that you would want before you when you move forward so that you could consider that agreement as well.
Okay, and then so does it match with our schedule then, or your schedule, Amy? I know it matches with mine, for us to continue talking about strategic planning at 2 p.m.?
Yeah, I'm available.
Okay, and we're good with that, Sean, Randy, Keith, Peter? Okay, thank you. So thanks for indulging that housekeeping. I just want to know what's going on. And I'm going to go ahead, and I see Amy is listed on this as the person. So Amy, I'm going to give the floor to you.
Very good, thanks. I'm just going to kick us off here and share a presentation screen. Again, I'm very, very on the agenda today. Okay, so today we are talking about a proposal for some affordable senior housing. Kathleen O'Leary is here from Habitat for Humanity. We also have Spencer from DOLA, who is here to answer questions. I apologize, I didn't get your last name there, Spencer. And Sally Rush is here, and we are going to go through this presentation. The bulk of it will be delivered by Kathleen. Here we go. So we're talking today about a property on West Dumont Road known as the LDS Church property. This is a proposal for 20 units of permanently affordable senior housing. Like I just mentioned, the project would be permanently affordable. It would meet a need for our residents, and it really provides a unique opportunity. The partnership is really well designed, and the proposal just checks off a lot of boxes. The site here, you're familiar with it. This is the focus specifically on the LDS church property proper. There were a few parcels adjacent to the church property that were purchased at the same time by open space, but we are just focused on this property outlined in red here. It's about 4.5 acres. We purchased it. It was actually in 2017. I realized that was an error, I believe. But it was purchased for $450,000. There's an existing building, a well. It is connected to the central sanitation district, and surrounded by open space. There's some residential property adjacent and across the street as well. And Sally, I'm doing this one, right? I believe I am.
Hey, Amy, before moving on, I just want to make sure everyone is on the same page. This is a work session, so no decisions are being made today. This is not a quote unquote land use proposal where any kind of action from the board will occur. It's mainly just to introduce the topic, introduce the concept to the board and to anyone that's listening in. So I just wanted to make that clear that this is not an action item on our agenda today.
Thank you. Yeah, we do hope to get get a basic response from the commissioners on whether this proposal seems worth pursuing. And so, but that is, you're right, Keith, it's not no action item, no action today. But we do think this is a good idea. We think the 20 housing units will be a good addition to the county. The permanent affordability would be delivered through a land trust. The idea of partnering with a nonprofit seems like one of the key elements of this particular proposal that makes it unique and feasible. It allows for a density level and providing a need that works in the neighborhood small and in the community as a whole. The need for senior housing is pretty high. There's long waiting lists in the Mitchell White area, and the interest from seniors in Riverbend has been pretty high. We also have had a lot of prior developments that just haven't worked out in the past. These 3 examples are just 3 examples of proposals. Well, they weren't proposals, but of projects that someone started to consider and didn't make it down the road because of issues with costs and projected revenues that just weren't matching up, and or required so many units that it just didn't make sense to put it in that particular location. Sally, do you want to add anything to this? Sally, are you on mute?
There you go. You've summed it up very well, Amy. I've spoken with developers over the years regarding this piece of property, and our department with Lisa and County Lands and probably over at the Annex have walked this site with developers and property owners frequently. Some of the solutions have been to make very small units, and that's been the solution for affordability. But by the time you get decent sized units and you get enough to finance, such as in a LIHTC project, it's not feasible for the property or for the infrastructure or the location.
Yeah, and that's gets back to the advantage of working with a nonprofit as a partner, because they are a mission focused partner for their interest in developing the property versus trying to come up with a business prospect. They're not looking to create a profit making venture. But it matches up with a lot of the items noted in the needs assessment. And it really fits well with the community goals that we're looking for here. So we think it's a great idea. And with that note, I want to hand it over to Kathleen O'Leary. Kathleen is the Executive Director of Blue Spruce Habitat for Humanity. And they have a long history of working with Clear Creek County, built many houses, and with many more to come. And they're excited about this as well. And I'll let you talk about this, Kathleen, and I can advance the slides as when you're ready. So just let me know when you're ready to go to the next one.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. We're really excited. Blue Spruce Habitat is really excited that you guys are looking at this with us. We're excited to have a deeper collaboration with Clear Creek County. We have worked in Clear Creek County for a number of years. We have 8 homes that are going in an Empire. We've got another 8-home townhome unit going in Idaho Springs in the next year and a half or so. We have built some single family homes in the county. So we are very much used to working in Clear Creek County and are really a big fan of the county. And as you know, I live here. This is my home. So I'm excited to bring affordable housing to where I live. So if you want to go to the next slide. So this is what we are wanting to put in front of you. The end game here is really 20 affordable senior units. They'd be permanently affordable with services going in the old LDS church building. And that's what we're trying to get to here. So what we're looking at is a purchase price of $450,000, which would come from CDBG funds, which would be granted to the county from DOLA and CDOH. In order to make this project happen, there would need to be a rezoning to MR3 for the homes. And it's my understanding that DOLA would probably require that before they would release the funds. We also, the road needs to be dealt with. That West Dumont road needs to be dealt with however the county would like to deal with it. So I'm just putting that out there as something that needs to be addressed. Excuse me. So that we can get our permits for to build these houses. So that's something that the county, needs to look at and figure out what do they want to do, either a variance or however you guys want to handle that. Excuse me. The property would need to pass, excuse me, I've got something stuck in my throat. The property would need to pass some environmental assessments in order to access the funds. That's something that just takes a little bit of time to do. We normally hire a consultant to do that for us. And then, like I said, it would be done with CDBG funds. Do you want to go to the next slide? So here's the funding of it. Clear Creek County applies to CDOH for the Community Development Block Grant. And then you guys receive that, and then we enter into an agreement with you for you to grant those funds to us. In that agreement, of course, there would be age and income restrictions on the homes that will be built, and that the homes will be put into a land trust. The property will be put into a land trust, which is to ensure permanent affordability, and then agreements regarding the use of funds and grant requirements, that sort of stuff. So that's the primary mechanism for keeping the homes affordable, is through this grant agreement and the use of the CDBG funds. Next slide. So here's just a conceptual design that was put together by an architect on a pro bono basis. And it shows how the 20 units could be put onto the property. It's a mixture of single family duplex and triplexes. You can see that the church is still there and to be used for services for senior housing. And it retains the greenway easement. So there wouldn't be any issues with having the trail going along there. And I think that's a wonderful amenity. Okay, next slide. Oh, did it go?
It did on my end. Did you not see it?
There it goes. Thank you. So here's just some possible timelines. This year we work on getting the contract in place. You guys work on getting the grant, all the grant information in place, and work on figuring out the road. And then next year, everything kind of gets settled up, meaning that we get the agreement in place for the money, we close on the land, the rezoning is completed, and Habitat then really starts its planning in earnest. And then after that in 2023, we start working on the infrastructure and we start working on the construction, and we get the land trust. However, we're going to do the land trust, whether we work with an existing land trust or we start one ourselves, in place. And then we have start building out, and then we build out over a period of 3 years. So that's the initial timeline that we are considering at this point in time. And I think that's it.
Okay, thanks for that introduction. And I think first off, Kathleen, I think it would be great for people to maybe know you, where you're coming from a little bit better. Of course I know, but can you just, you're a resident of Clear Creek County. I think can you just talk a little bit about sort of who you are and what your motivations are, what brings you to Blue Spruce?
Okay. Let's see, I have been living in the county since 1999. I've raised both my children here, so some of you may know Michael and Matthew O'Leary. And let's see, I have been involved with Blue Spruce since 1998. I've been involved with Habitat since 1993. I actually helped start the Habitat in Boulder Valley. So I've been a long time volunteer and staff member for Habitat for Humanity. Why I do Habitat is it makes a difference and it works. It makes a difference in people's lives. Having stable, decent housing that you can rely on and that is there for you is a huge impact for people. It allows them to do with their life what they want to do with their life. You know, once you can get housing stabilized, that's huge. So that's why I do it. It just makes a difference and it works. You know, you see people, I've seen, what's been really fun, because I've done this for a long time, is that I've seen kids that would not have had an opportunity to go to college, because they've been living in houses. I've seen people fulfill their dreams. I've seen them go on to get education. I've seen them go on to do all sorts of things. And when you can stabilize housing for people, it makes a huge difference. And I know for our senior population, if your housing is unstable, that's really hard. So if you can stabilize housing for our seniors so that that is solved for them, that's huge. And if it's affordable, that takes a lot of worry and stress and anxiety off folks, and it lets them enjoy their life. So it's a huge benefit to people. And so that's why I do what I do.
Thank you. Sorry for putting me on the spot. Well, I'm not sorry.
That's okay.
I know it's what it is. So I've got a series of questions here. I bet Randy does too. Randy, I'm happy to defer.
No, I mean, the only thing I was going to say was you stopped screen sharing too soon and I wanted to go back, but I got a clear enough picture of the lay of the land there when you, and the only question I had popped up with was maintaining access for the Greenway right off the bat. And I'm willing to just keep listening for now. I guess the only thing I'll say just as comment is that and since I've never been paid for anything and I haven't done that much, it isn't a conflict of interest, but I've enjoyed the times I've helped a little bit with Habitat, whether it was at a fundraiser or working on their projects. And it's been a very welcome addition to a couple of different communities I've been associated with, and really support the program. And Kathleen's been working on it forever, except that, you really had me on the whole thing until you said Michael O'Leary, and I'm like, forget it. No, I actually just friended Michael again on Facebook last night, and then I thought, wait a minute, wasn't I already a friend of his? The Russians got me again. Oh man.
Okay, great. You know, I think Sally, just give me one moment here, because
Sure.
Randy brought up the Greenway, and I think that's a piece of this. And I want to make sure that everybody watching sees that the Greenway is outlined in this plan to satisfy us that this plan doesn't preclude the Greenway, but it's not, nor is it approving the Greenway. Because that is a conversation that is separate from this. And I just want everybody to know, if you're thinking that this is going to impact a decision around the Greenway, all we're doing by putting it on the map is making sure that it remains an option. And then Sally, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to add to Kathleen's description of herself, is Kathleen has done a lot to support our county efforts, particularly in our task force, our action committee. She's made all the meetings. She's come to the commissioners' meetings and made statements accordingly. And Kathleen, I just want to thank you while we're all on board here for your support for what the county's doing with housing.
Oh, well, thank you. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
Okay, so this is sort of just a random grab bag of questions and comments at this point. I want to say that I am generally favorable to this project. Senior housing is among the big needs. Our housing assessment makes that clear. Of the 200 households or so where people own the house and are cost restricted, the vast majority of those are seniors. And a lot of them want to and will take on the challenge of aging in the home that they're in. And a lot of them, I think, would look fondly on an opportunity to age in their community in a way that's affordable. And so I'm very excited for this. So some questions that I have, there is a parcel on the north side of the county road there. It's a little triangle, and I don't know what the status of that is, but I'm wondering if it would make sense for us to at least explore what the status of that property is and whether it fits into this plan. I mean, if we could turn this from 20 units to 24 units, that might help the project pencil out, and just, you know, if a little bit of good is good, then a little bit more might be good too. So I don't know that.
Go ahead. I'm not familiar with that parcel, so I can't speak to it at this point in time, but we can certainly take a look at it.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. And I don't expect that we would have clarity on that. I'm curious, Kathleen, how I love the concept of a community center. I love the idea of putting like childcare into an area where where seniors live as well. There's a ton of social research about the benefits of that. And it seems like it's a little bit of a departure. I don't see that Habitat operates community centers associated with other developments they've done. And so I'm curious what you see your role as being in that building as a component of this plan.
And that's a great question. And that's something that we will be working on to try and get a better answer for that, George. Initially, what we would be doing is putting in the housing, and then we'll be looking at what services make a lot of sense there and how best to move forward with that. And would Habitat be the more of a landlord that would put the services in and have different agencies operate that? That would make more sense to me than Habitat doesn't operate childcare centers, like you said. So it would make sense for us to be more of the overarching landlord that would bring in services and bring in other agencies that would run those things.
Okay. Thanks for that. And Sean, I want to welcome you to, I don't want this to be a monologue.
I had a couple of things I wrote down, and Kathleen, it's nice to see you. The first question I have, and I don't know who it's for, but I know, I mean, the joke around here used to be that we conducted more housing studies and we built new units in the county, and that's probably an exaggeration. But what is kind of a consensus of how many units we need right now that this would be chipping into? Isn't it like it's in the hundreds or maybe even over 1,000?
I think the housing needs assessment recommended that we add 300 rental units over a 10-year period, maybe.
What about total units for rental ownership, mixed family, single family? Do we have any numbers for that?
Like what we have now, or what was?
No, what we identified as a need in these assessments.
I think that was the total needed to add, right, Sally? I mean,
Right.
that was the recommended addition.
If you go back to the recommendations in the matrix and you add up all the units, you probably come in around 350. They did not count taking people out of existing inventory and putting them into new inventory. This was basically all new inventory that they were looking at.
And then
Right.
for the benefit of those who aren't land use experts, and I don't consider myself one either, MR3, could you, somebody mention exactly what that allows for?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Kathleen, if you've got an understanding of that. But I just wanted to make note that Lisa and Fred are on this meeting. So if we need any of their information there.
I think that's an appropriate person to kick that question to. Lisa, do you have a moment to fill us in? I know you've been planning with us for a long time, or Fred. I see you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I was just crossed over, so I don't know what I didn't catch what the last question was.
Hey, Fred, this is Sean. I asked what the MR3, someone to characterize what the MR3 zoning allows for, what it's intended for.
So I apologize. I wasn't here for the beginning, for the first 15 minutes of the meeting. There is no MR3 zoning district in unincorporated Clear Creek County. So can somebody put that into context for?
So we're talking about the LDS property and about the potential for multiple single families and I think some multi-family dwellings. What zoning would we need to go to in order to allow for that? And what else would that particular zoning allow for?
Okay, thank you. So multifamily, the zoning, the residential zoning district that allows for multifamily is R3.
Oh, okay.
Residential 3, and so that's basically it's your standard multifamily residential zone district. Allows for from one single family residence up to, I can't remember if there's a limit, but depending on how many units are proposed, there may be a development review process, development review application process, land use process that's required. But essentially think of R3 as a zoning district similar to MR1 in that it allows all of the other uses that MR1 allows. The only difference is, the big difference is that it allows for multifamily. There are, the setbacks are less. Setbacks for MR1 are 30 feet from all property lines. R3 allows for, the setbacks are not that big. I'd have to look at the zoning regulations to find out. It might be 20-foot front and 15-foot side and rear setbacks. So you have a bigger footprint to work with in the R3 zoning district than in the MR1 zoning district.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
My other question was, and maybe you can do a little research during our conversation and pop in with the answer. I'm curious to know what that threshold is about how many units you can build with that zoning.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check on this specific property.
Sure.
We're looking at 4.5 acres and 20 units.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, if it gets rezoned, what's the top end of the limit of what would be approved to build there?
Right. I didn't know if Fred knew what this context was. So.
Let me check. Yeah, let me check on that right now.
I have a few other questions, but Randy, if you have something pressing, go ahead.
Well, I think one of the first ones was we're just because Fred wasn't really dialed in with regard to the zoning. What we're talking about is 20 units total, which is a mix of single family, SFR, and a mixture of SFR and duplex. And so I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about the correct zoning that's required for that type of construction, because I know I wasn't sure that duplex required multifamily.
Okay. Okay. Let me check the zoning regs and I can confirm.
Okay, then like I said, I think I have 3 other questions. What is the age restriction that we're discussing here or proposing?
So at this point, we're looking at senior. We don't have, that's not lined out at this point, but that's something that we could work through, and that's something that can be in the grant agreement between Habitat and the county. Sally, did you have a specific?
Well, I think, yeah, that's for discussion. You'll see 3 different levels in most different age restricted places. They hit that one age of 55. Then you'll see the next group will hit it around 62, or 65 is about the third group that you see. So I think we have to take a look at what we would like to see out of the project and do the age restriction accordingly.
What about the income restriction? Probably same answer.
A little bit different.
Well, the income restriction for us is 35 to 80% of AMI. So we have a range that we can work with.
I see. And then I didn't say this at the beginning, but I see a lot of work has gone on before that this came up in a public discussion. I really appreciate all the hard work and energy that's been put in, and obviously you guys are collaborating well together. One of the things that seemed a little curious to me when I looked at the layout is when I think about all the senior housing that I'm familiar with in Lakewood and Evergreen and areas around my part of the universe, I don't know that I've ever heard of such a thing as senior housing that's in single family dwellings. And in as
my
much,
parents live in one. Well,
yeah, I guess technically my parents are seniors and they live in a single house too. But if I'm talking about, and that's why I asked the question at the beginning about how many units we're short, because 5 units is better, it's 5 more than we have right now. But if the problem that we recognize and agree on is on the scale of hundreds of units, I'm wondering why we aren't being a little bit more ambitious and aggressive to try and actually use density to make the units more affordable and to also solve more of our problem.
So I just want to pop in here and say my parents actually live in a single family unit in a senior affordable, it's not affordable, in a senior living situation. So they are in an independent senior living place that has a lot of single families. And just from my own experience, I know that they really want a single family home. That's what they're used to, and that's what they want to live in. Just FYI. I mean, so that's part of it. But the other thing is that my understanding is that the density doesn't work well with the neighborhood, and that there has been some concerns about that. There's also been concerns about if you increase the density, then there might be more issues with the road, and that there also could be issues with the infrastructure. So I think the idea of looking at 20 units was to take into account the actual location of this land and the neighborhood around it and the infrastructure that's already in place.
And that's kind of what I expected. And my response to that is, I think those are policy conversations we're starting to drift into, but I would also expect there's probably not one corner of Clear Creek County that would welcome the kind of density in terms of the neighbors. And I would say if we're serious about addressing our housing issues, that's a way to do it. And like I said, it's not going to be popular anywhere. And I guess it just depends on how much will we have and how much we care about solving this problem at some level.
Well, there are different levels of solutions that we can take, and we do have a property here, I think, that is, I understand the argument about different neighborhoods. find different levels of density appropriate, both from a development standpoint, aesthetically looking at it from the outside, and as well as what the other neighbors in the vicinity here. There are hundreds or thousands of single family senior living complexes, affordable and non-affordable, around the nation. And this is an example of that. And I know that Habitat isn't predisposed to necessarily single. They have a multifamily higher density project going on in Idaho Springs right now, where there happens to be a property in a neighborhood where that level of density is more appropriate. It looks to me like this is an attempt to find a balance that fits within the existing neighborhood, protects the quality of life of the future inhabitants of this place, as well as that of the people who are already living there, by maintaining an appropriate level of density for that neighborhood. Different people like to live in different places, including seniors and including people who are seeking affordable housing, and Habitat does a good job of meeting that.
So something else, as we're evaluating like whether this proposal has the appropriate density, and Sean, you brought this up. I really look forward to hearing from Fred and having us know what the constraints are of different zones. And I think right along the same lines of that analysis is putting aside the preferences of our development partner, which I'll express that I feel grateful that Habitat's interested in doing this, because it's hard to find a for-profit developer that's going to show up and make this work. So that aside, the other thing is how that impacts road improvements. Are we talking about similar? Oh, Kathleen, it was you that brought it up. I know it was stated that, and this was one of my questions, it was stated that the road will need to be improved even at this density. And the question is, will it need to be improved more at an increased density, or whatever that is? I think that's something that we need to know sort of ipso facto as part of this.
Yeah.
I just tried to use Latin and I think I misused it.
I mean, I think that's Kathleen, you've made clear that is, that's something that you guys need to have confidence in before you can move forward. The details of what that's going to look like, I think is really not known yet. I mean, the county, I assume, has some latitude in how we respond to that, because it's our road and it's our regulations. So we can say, we want you to pave it and make it wide, and but then we're not going to do this deal, or we can say, here's all the reasons why the road as it exists now can work with this particular plan, or somewhere in the middle, and that is not something that we know today. And I don't think we know it it's not even a glimmer in its daddy's eye,
Jim White was on the call this morning. It's ironic. He brought up the concept of fiscal impact analysis before we make major commitments. And I think that kind of fits into this conversation too.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that's something Fred and I have been talking about using the tool that we have and how we can use it and when it's appropriate and what information it yields, and how to understand that information alongside whatever other interests we as a county have in advancing our services.
Yeah, and I'm really excited. The last I heard when we were talking about fiscal impact analysis, Sean, was maybe you didn't think it was worth it to have that tool. So I'm really excited to know that you're there now.
My reaction exactly.
I don't really care about the how. I mean, it's important that we do it. I'm not really familiar with the particular tool that we're talking about, but I don't think it's hard for me to imagine I would say something like that I don't think we should do an analysis.
Okay, great. So anyway, yeah, that's my own. I would not want to wait for us to develop a fiscal analysis tool to decide to move forward with this project. And that's because I think that it's entirely justifiable when you're talking about achieving a permanently below market rate development, to accept that it's going to be, to accept that it doesn't have to be held to the same standard as a commercial for-profit development. You know, and that's because like the fiscal outcomes are a way to try to achieve good economic outcomes, right? A direct way to achieve good economic outcomes in this community, in this economy, is to have permanent affordable, below market rate housing.
In a manner that's in keeping with the personality of the neighborhood as well.
And that's something that sorry, Sean, I was going to sort of take this down another road here. So go ahead if you'd like to respond.
I mean, I'll be brief. I mean, I think I heard from the sheriff that more than half his deputies, or 2/3 of them, don't live in the county because they can't afford to. And I would like to see us look at all of the opportunities that are available to make the best and highest use of this land, to look at it holistically. And that's why, and I'm not against this proposal. I just don't feel like I have anything to compare it to. And I really appreciate that we're finally making some movement and we're talking about a concrete opportunity that's in front of us. And I would almost be favorable of the idea of potentially getting this concept a little bit further down the line, getting the zoning equation figured out, and maybe we start looking at rezoning it with in mind to make it available to a couple of different competing offers, including something that could provide housing for some of our county employees, or, you know, employees of Loveland, or who knows. I mean, basically, there's a great amount of need, and I appreciate that we focused in and zeroed in on a specific part of it, but without being able to analyze it or compare it to anything else, it's hard for me to understand whether it's really a good idea or not.
Kathleen?
Can I jump in? So we're doing other affordable housing in the county. So there's opportunities in Idaho Springs for workforce housing. You know, we're getting ready to build 8 units there. So there are units there that are open, and if the sheriff's deputies, we'd love to have them come apply for those units. That would be a great use of those units. You know, and we are continuing to look at other opportunities. So this is not the only opportunity that there will be for affordable housing in the county. You know, I will try to bring as much in as I can. That's what I do. So, you know, we have another unit in Empire that we're looking for a homeowner for, our last unit there. So there's an opportunity there. And we have one on the east side of the tunnel that we'll be building next year. So we will continue to bring as much affordable housing into the county as we can. So this is not a one and done, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think this also will vacate homes in the county as well. If seniors who already live in the county move into this, and you know, I'm not arguing that maybe that I'm not, it could be that there's something other than senior housing is the way to approach this affordable housing project that Habitat wants to develop. And I think, Kathleen, you know, it's not impossible that this could proceed without being senior housing, for example. It changes the project and it changes some of the challenges from a variety of perspectives. But if it's senior housing, a lot of these people are already county residents who are moving out of homes. So it's adding, even if we build these as senior age restricted properties, it is still adding 20 units to the full pool of housing, and is a positive in that way. So.
Yeah, I just one more comment about seniors. I mean, if I were a senior, and I will be eventually if I keep behaving myself, I would not want to live away from walking distance to stuff that I cared about, right? I would rather live in Idaho Springs than live at that particular location. And so when I looked at it, I looked at the layout and I thought about it, it didn't immediately jump off the page to me as this is a perfect use of the land. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Well, I think that they're different people. Seniors are a lot like juniors. They come in all shapes and sizes and stuff and colors, and they like different things. And I also hope to, if I behave myself, become a senior one day. And personally, I would find I'm not, I know, I recognize I haven't been displaying the behavior that will qualify me so far. But personally, I would prefer to live, for example, between the two habitat projects that I know of, one going on in Idaho Springs, the 8-unit project, and this one. This is the one that I would find more attractive because it's a little more rural. And yeah, the highway's there, but there's also a river there, and there's opportunity to get out for recreation and do things. And to me, it's that so different people like different textures and styles and neighborhoods and things. And personally, this again, I'll bring it up again. I want to be clear to both of the other commissioners. I know how to spell density, and I also know it works better for energy resource management and the ability to get people to be on the planet. And I know that's why we try to keep most of our development within communities where density is more appropriate, because then we're able to accomplish all those goals, to house more people, get them housed more inexpensively, especially when it's affordable housing. But not every site that we have is as appropriate for that as every other one. And so all of the areas of the county, we should be thinking about the kind of architecture that is appropriate to that part of the county so that it maintains the quality of the life of the people that live there in the new housing and the old housing. Again, and I'll state that. And I think looking at what's been drawn here, it appears to be appropriate to the particular type of site and be the kind of thing that is more likely to find the approval of the neighbors. And granted, neighbors are, you never know, neighbors can complain about anything, but that's my take, is I think it's a decent looking project that for the site, for the neighborhood, and would meet, and I'm sure whether it was for seniors or law enforcement, you could fill it in a heartbeat with people who would want to live there. So I don't think there's going to be a problem with marketability.
Kathleen, I'm going to defer to you, and then I think you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, I just want to say that that's part of the reason of putting some services in the church building as well, is that so there were some services right there. And the other thing that was nice is that, and I've talked with Sally about the prospector possibly coming by to this site and being so that people can use the prospector to get into Idaho Springs for medical appointments or things like that. So there is that opportunity there where they could walk to the building, to the church building for some services, and then also to use the prospector to get into Idaho Springs. And this also allows us to have single floor living, which is a little hard in Idaho Springs. You tend to build up. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. So I think, Sean, I appreciate that you're pushing us to get this to be dense. That you're pushing us to stretch, like, how dense can we make this? Because we only have so much square footage of developable land that's close to utilities, all of that stuff. I think it would be important as we think about the zoning restrictions, as we think about the road maintenance impacts of density. I think we might be at a place in the development of this project that we want to seek the opinions of the public and do some kind of town hall on this and get some early feedback. Do you like 20 units? Do you think 40 is better? And 40 I'm throwing out there as a random number. It might not even be feasible, but
I think that probably put 100 500 square foot micro apartments on that site if you wanted to. Laugh, but that's the truth.
Yeah, and
and then you'd want to live in it because you'd be in higher density like you were hoping.
Well, I'm just saying, I appreciate the point that there's multiple locations and there's multiple opportunities around the county, but we probably legitimately only have one chance to get this one right, this particular one.
Yeah, it's not my perspective that we have like a ton of opportunity to just keep building housing. That's why I'm in favor of like inclusionary zoning rules, right? So that we make sure that where we can build, what we do build serves us. And we're not stuck with this impossible situation of trying to build on every mountainside where the costs are high. And, anyway, I'll end that diatribe. I think this is the next good step forward for us, is for us to, go to the public with this and try to understand what the public's ready to embrace in this area. And Sally, I see that you've had your hand up.
well, I don't want to come in the middle of this particular conversation, but I kind of wanted to go off in a little bit different direction. I want to talk about how this idea developed, because I think it's important for our thought processes. First of all, we wanted to have something that we could bring to the commissioners that had some substance. And so in wrestling with the idea of what would be for this property, and we took a look at senior housing, and of course land trust are something that's dear to my heart, and I would love to see something go in with a land trust in the county. We started coming together and trying to figure out how we're going to come up with ideas and how we're going to come up with how you pay for this type of thing. I just want to bring up the fact that Spencer Bollicker is on the line with us, and he is our housing specialist with the Department of Housing. He's Clear Creek County's. He has a few other counties, but he's ours too. And we can turn to him for how to build funding for affordable housing through the Department of Housing. I can turn to him, as we did. We went on a Zoom meeting with him. We've been on a couple, to how we're going to put this together so it really makes some sense. And so I want to thank you, Spencer, for the time that you've spent with us, bringing some ideas to the fore. And he also has a very good handle on how you get CDBG funds working into it. And that conversation is actually what spearheaded the whole concept coming together. Okay, you put that piece of puzzle in, and yes, you need CDBG funds, and this is the way it fits. That's why we have how it blossomed into what you have. So I don't know if you have any questions to him on any types of funding things, but I want to thank you, Spencer, for attending this meeting. And if you have anything to add to our conversation, I don't know.
Sure. Well, yeah, I thank you for inviting me, and happy to be here. And yeah, as Sally mentioned, I'm the housing development specialist at the Colorado Department of Local Affairs Division of Housing. And we provide resources, technical assistance, and funding to help our partners, local governments, nonprofit developers, housing authorities, for-profit developers to create and preserve affordable housing. So yeah, Sally approached me about this idea specifically, and we worked on a few different calls, thought about what might work best as far as how we could support it at the Division of Housing. So that's where we kind of steered down the path of CDBG funds. But yeah, I would just throw out there that any other projects, like the other projects Kathleen is talking about, any other opportunities, I would be glad to help support in whatever way we can. Help think about, what resources are out there, what funding, whether it's our funding or others, and yeah, just to help and support you in whatever way we can. And yeah, if you have any specific, I know that our piece of the funding typically comes in further down the line, but I do love that Sally approached me early, because we can kind of eliminate some of the hurdles that would eliminate our funding, and shape it a little bit, or put it in a better place to be able to apply for DOH grants and assistance. So, but happy to answer any questions, or we'll be, Sally and I and Amy and Kathleen will definitely keep the conversation going about the DOH funding piece.
Good. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you.
Spencer, can I assume from your presence that you think this project is interesting and something worth continuing to look at?
Absolutely. We obviously focus on housing, affordable housing. I will say that we already partner with Habitat for Humanity. We have a larger contract that provides funding on a per unit basis for a limited number of Habitat homes that are built every year. I think our funding goes to about half of the Habitat homes in the state that are built each year. but yeah, I asked the same questions that you all are asking, and I think they're great questions. And I think is it the right density? Are we targeting the right populations? And so we've they've had a chance to sell me on this as well. And not that I want to have more questions going forward, but I think it's a strong project. And I think if you get community support on it, and if you think through the details, like I know they will, like as far as, connectivity, getting the seniors to and from where they might want to be, or, good access to the downtown areas, and, having those services next door in the potential community service space. I think it's a really strong concept. And then Kathleen's got it so that the numbers work out, so that they can be built and sold to 80% AMI households, which is no small feat.
Thank you. And I think we got 5 minutes left. I think we're in the what did we just decide on? Where are we going phase of this session? I'm going to repeat some things that I think I heard. I heard myself say, and I had saw some nodding that maybe maybe we're at an appropriate time to go to the public with this idea, like in a focused way, in an invited way. Obviously, this is a public meeting. Sean, Randy, can I check your temperature on that?
I think my view on going to the public would be similar to what we did with some of the previous thoughts that we were going to do at LDS, and with other housing projects. For example, the Habitat project in Empire, talk to the people right there in Empire to ask what they wanted in their neighborhood. The previous ideas for LDS were circulated within that community that lives around LDS. I don't think it's necessary for us to go out to the people of Clear Creek County, if that's what you mean, and have an ad hoc election in the form of a survey to find out what people think about what we ought to build on an LDS site. If we have valid planning and staff advice, if we have somebody that's there, and if we can look and see what it looks like. I do think we should check in with the neighborhood of the people in that general area, as we do with any public project that we enable publicly. And this is a project that would be enabled by a public decision of currently public land. And so I do think it's a good idea to seek those opinions. Anything else feels like a master planning project. Anything beyond that, like a master planning project to survey our entire public to find out what kinds of things we should build on what kinds of lots and places, for the simple deliberation about one parcel of 4.5 acres.
Yeah, thanks for asking me to get more specific. I can get more specific. I was not thinking that we would be holding an election of everybody in the county.
I just meant if we did bang the table or something like that. That's all I meant. I just want to make sure we were clarified on that.
Yeah, I was thinking more that we would be talking to the neighborhood. Similar scale to the
same as we did before. Okay, got it. So I'm sorry to misunderstand. So
no, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm just surprised there's no one from the neighborhood on the call right now. And I think we should continue to talk about this in this public forum. Again, I've stated my preferences that we find a way to make sure that the wide world out there knows that we want to do something with this property. We want to enable it to help solve some of the problems that are right in front of us, and that we ideally get a couple of different competing ideas, maybe not all the way down to proposals. But I mean, I sort of conceptually like the idea of higher density for a lot of reasons. I suspect financially it will pencil out better for the county too, and would allow for the funds to provide infrastructure improvements such as the road and et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know exactly what I'm asking for, if this can be translated into some kind of a homework assignment for someone on staff. But again, it's hard for me to really evaluate something in a vacuum, and I'm not an expert at development. So I would like to be better informed about what are the opportunity costs of accepting this proposal, and what else might be out there.
Yeah, we can put together a little bit more of a financial picture, I think is sort of what you're looking at. And dig in a little bit deeper to what the higher density projects look like. I think we have some pro forma information on that, on affordable housing, and try to understand the infrastructure impacts from this point forward and what that means for this particular development situation. And what Habitat can and can't do as a partner in terms of a higher density project. Look at issues like parking, and what it really means for what the long-term prospects of a higher density circumstance will look like over time, some of those questions, and figure out a scenario for doing some outreach to some neighborhoods. I think too, maybe we can start looking a little bit at the CDBG grant process, just so we can understand that a little bit more. And I think, Randy, you had suggested maybe starting a zoning, starting to talk about zoning and understanding what the rezoning would look like.
Yeah, sure, we can do those things. I think what all it says, and it's encouraging to me, is that we're doing the things that are necessary to move the project forward.
Yeah, and focusing initially on what our density constraints really are, I think is a wonderful place to start.
That's
and I would love to, Randy, Sean, I don't know about you, staff, I don't know if you guys want to try to plan something like this. I would love to attend a town hall on this. Would love to attend an evening town hall where we can say, this is the concept, give us some feedback. I know that as a member of this board, I appreciate the opportunity to intervene early rather than have to make an urgent decision on a last second project. I'd hate to make that mistake with my bosses. And so that's what I'm asking for.
I think I was just going to suggest the same thing, that I think based on what I saw now, if there's a little more, and it becomes slightly more fully developed by that time, just a kind of a general architectural rendering and understanding. And by that, I don't mean to get too carried away, but just some general concept of how it would appear on the site, how it would impact the parking and road use of the area for that area and the other neighbors. Those intersections, just some general kind of stuff like we could do. So we do a layout, and then we have a town meeting, and we can share a screen and make sure that we've invited everybody that's reasonably near that neighborhood. We've gone as far as a mile. We've gone closer than that. I know our standards were something more like within 300 feet at one point. And when we talked about turning it into I think an OHV camping space and stuff like that, we realized we needed to reach out a little further, and we went about a mile. I don't know if this justifies that, but because there was a behavioral type thing that was in a commercial space with a lot of activity that would be going on, but something cast a wide enough net to feel like we've done our job well and have a town meeting and town hall meeting there and can get a feel for it. And whatever we come up with, we can always do some more studies and find out something else we could have come up with. But we've had people promote a few different ideas for this, and this is honestly the most promising, realistically scaled one we've seen to date that has somebody that's actually interested in buying the property and building it.
Have we ever listed this property or marketed it? That to me, that's a problem. And I appreciate nonprofit, and I especially appreciate Habitat. I don't think it makes any sense for me as a fiduciary in the county to completely eliminate the possibility that a for-profit organization would come up with a solution that has better long-term, meets the needs of the community better on a long-term basis, and also would allow the county to sell the land at fair market value. We all know that our general resource funds that have accumulated over the good years is a non-renewable resource. And I think we need to make sure that we have those dollars work as hard as we can. So I personally would appreciate the opportunity for us to go through at least a brief process to make sure that the wide world knows that we are looking to move on from our ownership of this land and put it to good use. And I think having a town hall to focus on one particular idea before that might be a little premature.
I'm happy to move forward.
Me too. I mean, we had 2-3 years ago, we had a feasibility study on this. It showed us that high density development really is not feasible here, unless we want to decide that we want to have a 2-lane road going past there because we want a 2-lane road going past there, and we're going to find some other source of funding for that improvement. We kind of know the constraints around here, and we've seen, I'll note in the presentation, I saw that a handful of conversations was had with developers who said, hey, look, I tried. And that's good enough for me. I don't know that I mean, Kathleen, I'm curious how you would feel, if we decided that, thank you for the offer and we appreciate your interest and we're going to put it on the market. Would your interest in this project endure?
Well,
like come back to us in a year because
will,
the private market will bear?
I don't know where we'll be in a year. Honestly, no one knows where we'll be in a year, right? And I will say that I have my board really excited right now. And they are really excited about this project, and everyone I talk to loves this project. I have to tell you, I've been talking far and wide with people and they all love this project. And right now it works for planning. It works with where we are going as an affiliate. Where we are in a year, I don't know. I can't answer that. And that's your guys's, I mean, it's your land, it's your decision, but I've got this proposal right now and I've got buy-in right now. And we've got CDOH buy-in right now. So things are starting to line up. And I think you've had several other people look at it and say, yeah, it'll cost us, we'll have $1.5 million loss if we put in 40 units there. That's what that pro forma showed that you guys had done a couple of years ago with a for-profit entity looking at it. And I don't know many people that are willing to do that. So there you go. I know I got buy-in right now. How's that?
So what seems to make sense to me is for us to try to understand our density constraints, do a town hall, hear from the public, and then, take it from there. It sounds like Randy and I are excited to move forward. I also, want to do justice to Sean and his questions and not try to railroad this thing. And
Yeah, I appreciate that, George. I mean, my sentiment is we've been sitting here sitting on our hands for 4 years, and all of a sudden the house is on fire, and we never marketed it. And why not go through a little bit of a process just to make? Because I don't believe those numbers about this is not feasible to build it. I don't, and I think that we need to go into this with all the options on the table. And if we decide to choose this one, even if it's doesn't pencil out financially the best for the county, I think that's only part of the equation. But, to see a proposal that magically requires us to sell it for exactly what we paid for it, when we know darn well that this land is worth a lot more than that right now, it seems premature to me.
One of the points I'd like to make in the housing world is counties and municipalities that own property. This is their bargaining chip for affordable housing. So that balances out for the other side for market rate. You have a bargaining chip to put the type of affordable housing that meets the most with your needs. So that has a value also.
I want to acknowledge a comment. Thank you, Sally. I want to acknowledge a question that was typed in here. What about water and sewer? I think that was answered in the presentation. It is on a wastewater treatment plant, and it has a well with commercial rights. And if it didn't, we do have a water bank that we could decide to lease some water to this for. I think water supply, physical water supply, tends not to be a problem with wells that are that close to the creek.
That's correct.
Okay, so Amy, do you have what you need from us? Do you feel like you have?
I
I believe so. We want to expand on the concept drawing a little bit so we can have a town hall to get some public reaction. We want to do some more work on density and dig into the finances a little bit on feasibility. I think we may also be able to, I could talk to Fred a little bit about our fiscal impact tool and look at how maybe we have enough data about this project to use the fiscal impact tool to get some early estimates on what sort of costs to the county that would be in connection with this project, as well as revenues. What else were you looking for at this point?
We have that market analysis, the price coming in, right?
Right, Peter is working on that.
Yeah, that's Kathleen. We asked unrelated to market. What is it? Not a full.
It's a broker
appraisal.
price opinion, and I believe that Kathleen and Sally are both aware of it as well, because we had a discussion concerning it likely to be coming forth soon.
Yeah.
Okay. Perhaps later today. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Perhaps.
So broker opinion. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
And so then we can, we will, as a staff group, put our heads together and figure out what sort of timing on what we would need to get this information back together and think about what a town hall might take and circle back on when we can get back with you all on that next step. Does that sound reasonable? Kathleen, Sally?
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Okay. Is there anything we should be moving forward with regarding zoning or anything right now? Any thoughts on that? Fred, anybody?
I'm not sure if I understand your question, Amy, but
Rezoning, you know, it's the property is currently zoned single family or whatever.
well, yeah. So I mean, the short answer is that the property is not zoned for multifamily right now. So you're going to have to go through an entitlement process, which is a public hearing process. So you want to figure, we usually tell people, if you want to figure about 2 to 6 months to get through that process. You're also talking about a site plan review, which in this case would be a subdivision process. We can run those concurrently, but as commissioners, as you all learn through the broadband towers, the process is the process, and it will take as long as it takes.
Okay.
So that's yes, there is an entitlement process that this will have to go through.
Okay.
So thinking about that timeline slide, what did that say about rezoning and the one where we had about a 4-year timeline, 21, 2, 3, 4?
I think we had that in 2021, just as a full year, right? Kathleen, does that sound right?
Yeah, we left ourselves plenty of time. We know that these things take time.
Okay.
It's not our first rodeo.
I think with regard to rezoning, I think to do an appropriately paced due diligence, that to have that town hall meeting, to get the local neighborhood in there, to get that price back, at least the general market analysis of what the thing is worth, based on that broker's opinion, seem like real appropriate first steps.
Great.
And then those would inform the viability and the appropriateness of the effort to go through that rezoning, and then we would still potentially have time if we get on these first 2 actions, and that gives us time to be able to do a rezoning within the timeline that you show.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we may learn that we don't want to do it. So, but we've got time to get it done as long as we get to work on the other parts now.
That sounds
I
good.
had a quick question for you, Peter. I know that the realtor is a little ways down the road with the opinion of price. I'd be curious to know if it's possible to find out if he had an estimate of how the value may change based on different future zonings.
So that will be included in the BPO and
Awesome.
the broker price opinion. And he may, although I limited the scope to parcel 5, he may look at other parcels, or I can do that at a later time. The other 4 that are there.
Okay, thanks.
And when you say parcel 5, you mean that LDS church property that we saw?
Yeah, it's the LDS property that we're talking about, and
Okay.
the surrounding area of developable land right there that we're talking about.
Okay. That all sounds good to me. Thanks, Randy, for clarifying that. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Hearing a little bit from the public before we launch a zoning makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And then we may be able to do, especially if we reach out to the public early and often, something short of a full rezoning process. If we are the out. So that would mine too.
Well, very good. It sounds like we are engaging in starting some due diligence to continue to explore what it sounds like you all consider to be a worthwhile proposal, and we will soldier on.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Kathleen, Sally, Amy.
Thank you.
Very good.
So then I think we were going to try to keep marching forward on our organizational policy, strategic planning.
Yeah,
I
I
know
think,
Sean and I both have a hard stop at 3 o'clock.
yeah. So we can probably just continue at least to look at the 2020 objectives and get the review of that report complete. And then I think we're not looking for much content review or anything on 2021, just to go over what we're thinking as the process. So I will share my screen again so we can continue looking at the 2020 report. Oh boy. Ah, there it is. Look at that. So we had basically finished looking at the objectives related to goal 1, which was related to economic growth. Well, I don't know if we really did. We spent some time talking about this one, the land disposition. And I don't know if we want to talk any more about the road and bridge program to guide road improvements. And
I had a quick question about that one. I thought somewhere we had the fiscal funding element of that equation in our goals as well. Was that a different goal? And if not, maybe we should add that if we're kicking this to 2021.
that is an objective that was assigned to 2021. That was an additional objective.
Fair enough.
This was a 2020 objective specifically. Moving on to goal 2 about effective customer service. Are we good with that? Yes? Okay. So there were 2 objectives related to goal 2 regarding effective customer service. One was the community engagement tool, and the other is the citizen survey.
Can we really say it's effectively rolled out? I know that we have I know that part of its effectiveness requires us to have a population of people who use it.
Well, I mean, it is, I would argue that it is effectively rolled out. Well, I mean, it is launched. I think that one of it's related to an overarching conversation about our tools for communication in general. And I originally thought that this would be a tool that we could use for proactive email communication. And I don't think it actually is the best tool for proactive email communication. And so originally I thought this would be a tool and we would use it to, create outgoing programmy things that got people to give us their email addresses. I don't think our problem is that we lack email addresses. Our problem is that we just don't have them all in a coordinated way. And so we've had multiple conversations between Chris Krause and Beth and John Bottomley and about how the forum fits into the overall communication sort of ladder, so to speak, and it's related also to the conversations that you have been briefed on regarding hyperreach and code red, and how there's a series of levels of communication that we are needing to engage in as a county. So over time, I feel like what the community engagement tool, at least what our original envisionment of it is, I'm fumbling all over the places, but I thought it would originally be a place where we housed all these email addresses and we sent a newsletter and got all these people to come to pages and engage on things. And I think it's not going to be all of those things. And that's not really what it was designed to do. And it's not the best use of it. And doesn't really fit best with what our resources are and how we should be communicating. I think, there's a bunch of stuff we should probably be doing about proactive email communications and getting better on that, but I don't think it should be through the Clear Creek Forum. So the next kinds of things I think we should be doing here are using it for, we've been I've been talking with Fred and Adam about how to use this for things like land use cases, right? Like the broadband tower thing. That could have been a place where all the public comments were all in one place, and we had all the resources and materials on one page that people could go, and the meeting is streamed through a window on that page. And so people are at the meeting and they've got a little side window with access to all the meeting links and little tabs below where all the comments are listed, and they can scroll through them and add comments live, and they're all in one place. It would take a little bit of discipline and a little bit of work to tell people that they have to go to this place to deliver public comments, and they can't just do it however they want. And I don't even know if we would be allowed to do that legally, but at any rate, looking at this tool as a way to literally be for community engagement, as a place for interactive conversations and providing information that people want, is what I think is where we're going on this. So.
And that all makes sense. I guess my concern is I don't want us declaring victory on something and then shifting our focus somewhere else, and then the thing basically just languishes on the shelf and nothing good happens. I mean, I think our goal was to figure out a way to engage the community in our decision-making process. And I don't think just rolling out this tool allows us to check that box quite yet.
That's more than fair. I mean, ultimately then I probably like having complete is probably not accurate for any of these. Maybe we'll just go with green.
Yeah. And I think it's fair. I like accomplishing things and checking off boxes, but yeah, obviously we're going to recalibrate our goals very soon, and maybe then would be the best time to go through these at this level of scrutiny and see what's maybe implicitly left behind that we need to carry forward into 2021 and 22.
Yeah.
Sean, that's a good point. And I'll try to hold some of my comments too. But because we jumped in, I'm going to jump in on this one too. I think that really the need is for bi-directional communication here. And I don't think a system like Code Red replaces that. I don't think that this necessarily meets the needs of a system like Code Red, at least until we have enough people signed up for it.
Right.
And so I view this as a long-term project to build this tool to all of the functionality that we want to get with.
Right. Yeah, and there's obviously, I mean, maybe it's not obvious, but there's several layers in between, Code Red and this tool. There's having an email program like Constant Contact that could do proactive newsletters that we send out on a monthly basis. There's using the text message capacity that's available through Civic Plus to the contacts that we have. We don't have cell phone numbers, which is a little problem, but there's a whole there's a bunch of different levels of communication that we can do. And then in theory, we would then identify all the different communication methods and identify what are the basic messages that we use these different methods of communication for, and that's conversations that are ongoing and that fit right into having a community engagement tool and talking about the difference between Code Red and hyperreach and all the different pieces and parts. So there's definitely progress to be made, and it is, you're right, that could end up informing what we want to do for 2021 or beyond. So another item under this goal was to relaunch the citizen survey. I think this one got a little bit upended by COVID. And at this point, the recovery group is interested in doing a community survey that's focused on COVID impacts. And so this is moved to 2021 as well, and it's been refocused a little bit. I do think relaunching the 2010 citizen survey is still something that we should be looking at doing, and getting that passage of time look at how our residents are experiencing quality of life in the community, you know. But
I think this is, in my mind, it's a question of time. I think, you know, we're in the middle of an emergency. Measuring the impacts of that emergency it's got to be the top priority. Yeah. And asking people how they feel about their quality of life, and you know, I mean, I'd hate for 40 years from now for somebody to look at this survey and be like, oh wow, what were they doing in 2020 that caused everybody, or between 2010 and 2020, that resulted in such a drastic decline, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I would advocate for us to just kick that the replication of the citizen survey into 2022 or sometime that we're not in a state of emergency.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly doesn't make sense to just try to proceed with the citizen survey and not address COVID, you know. I mean, it seems kind of crazy to do that. So, and yeah, but the original intent of this objective was to literally repeat the citizen survey, basically, you know, word for word as it was launched in 2010, so we could see, you know, year-to-date results.
Okay.
And then these were the 3 objectives assigned to the year 2020 related to Goal 3, protect our unique quality of life. The objective, establish revised route and schedule for local transit to increase accessibility and convenience. The prospector, I'm going to go ahead and call this complete. Obviously, though, all of these are ongoing work, you know, I mean, but the prospector was recalibrated and reopened between Anne Marie and Beth. They redesigned the route, as you guys all know, made it more focused on where people really wanted those stops, eliminated all the extra, you know, kind of custom spurs that they were doing. And you know, Anne Marie got recognized as Transit Professional of the Year. So that one is a check. It's a green. Then we had an objective, 2020, champion a community foundation that will benefit the lives of people in our community. This one, I think this one's moving forward to 2021. But I think this one really didn't quite get off the ground. Sorry, my dog. But this one, I'd love to have you guys talk about this. I think this one probably came from, Sean, I don't know if this one came from you specifically or if it was more of a BOCC goal or what. I know there was some discussion on this over the course of the year. Is this still something you want to be looking at, thinking about going forward?
100%. I think actually, I mean, since then we have had a presentation from Community First, and I think just we got a little bit sidetracked, but I believe I'd like to see something on the agenda where we can revisit this, because I think we're in a position to make some decisions, or maybe after another work session we could be.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I agree.
Okay. And then the final one is participate in NOCO places. And obviously Randy is on the executive committee of that group. George has been attending those meetings. I participate as well. We're actively coordinating with the recreation and the outdoors management plan. And we are participating in those processes. And we'll continue to, I would assume.
Yeah, and I've been attending not the committee where the negotiating takes place. I've been attending those broader, I think you call it, Randy,
Core topics.
Core topic meetings.
Yeah.
They're covering a lot of ground on some really interesting stuff and helping to be smarter. And I think they're all recorded. I don't think that there's any conflict, Sean, if you want to attend those too.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that we're not really negotiating any policies of any kind at this time. The only thing we're negotiating is more like how to plan next steps to continue to now move from that core topics phase into a strategic plan that would help us find consensus on some stuff. And I think that just as a my head's not dialed into that because it's been dialed into all of this stuff here for the last hour. But so I'm trying to think, what were we working on? But primarily the thing we were looking at was what should our now sort of our core efforts over the next year to year and a half be. And what we're talking back and forth is about creating a desired conditions view, which is that general high level thing, versus getting out there with pilot projects. And there's kind of an even push between two sides about which is the most important. And I think where we're coming to is a place where we decided they're both really important. And that the fact is we won't escape the latter because the COVID behavior response, recreational response, is going to drive the need for more recreational management triage done as opportunities present themselves, and those will form the basis of a lot of our pilot projects. And what NOCO will do together is allow us to, we're just about to re-enter the phase of looking at the hotspot map. You may recall that all 5 counties in the National Forest and everything were identifying what are our biggest problem spots on the map. And we kind of hit that point until about a year and a half ago. We dropped back into this core topics. And now we realize we want to go back, totally revisit that map, add new things to it that we've thought of since then, either from what we've learned or what's developed, and then chart that path forward to start thinking about what do we want the desired conditions to look like 10 years from now, 15 years from now, while simultaneously then toward that end, deriving some pilot projects and getting some funding out there for that purpose. And there is some potential there's some funding discussions and some potential coming out of some of the stimulus funding for public lands that it could be affecting lands within NOCO and within Clear Creek County that might pop out in the next year or two that would need to be spent within a 1.5 to 3 year time period, which would help fund some pilot projects for us. And some of those are the very things we've been talking about already, like Stevens Gulch and what do we do with parking and trailheads and things like that. So some great opportunities in front of us. And personally, and granted, I have, you're always more interested in stuff that you're engaged in all the time, unless it's driven you crazy. But personally, I think it's of great value for us going into our own recreation planning still. And we're seeking other sources of funding to, collectively make it happen.
I have an idea maybe for another time, and that is if I read this objective, it's more like an activity, an ongoing activity, than it is an objective that we will accomplish just by virtue of the fact that time is marching on. I don't know, is there something maybe in the future we could focus on that's more of an accomplishment or a goal that's something within the boundaries of our county that we control?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at, in general terms, which we know and you already know, we're looking at creating a local recreational master plan. And then regionally, and that's NOCO, we're looking at creating a regional master plan effectively for recreation, if you will. And as we're developing that strategic plan right now, which is the one thing we're negotiating, like how we're moving forward, those goals and objectives will be set, and it'll be pretty easy to sit, especially with Amy involved, to be able to sit and kind of like correlate those two and turn that into something tangible that we can measure. And it may take more than a couple of weeks to do something like that. It's probably going to take the next 2 to 3 months for that to develop and play out. But certainly, I think what we need to do is be able to bring that back the way we have transportation to the full board and make this a tangible thing that, that we can all feel the value for.
And one of the things that was funny, I was thinking of earlier today when we had our brief conversation about internship and interns. It seems like that could be an area where you could unleash a couple of really bright interns just to go make some progress, and it would be a fun project for them. And I think we could get some good value out of it. But I think the challenge with a lot of these type of efforts is they do require a lot of horsepower, and everyone has their day jobs. And
well, that's a big topic of conversation at NOCO right now. Was exactly, we set this really ambitious plan out there, and it's like, well, what's going to pay? How are we going to get all that done? And I think the idea of some best and brightest interns as we develop. What we're going to do is go into information gathering as an example, both public opinion and then behavior that we're witnessing. And one thing we want to be really careful about is that we don't have somebody out of NOCO hired independently coming into Clear Creek County to go to a trailhead to interview people and measure behavior while we're doing exactly the same thing here, and so somehow I think as the county forces collectively become the NOCO forces, it's able to be done a lot more efficiently. And that could be a really great use as just one example of what somebody could be doing.
Amy, I'm curious. I know we put into our, I think we put into our capital budget money to start our local master planning process this year. And I guess I was thinking that we would see that as one of our sub-objectives for this goal.
Yeah, we don't have that listed as an objective for 2021.
Okay.
So that's something we can be looking at putting into our 2021 goals. And so that's a nice segue to the next conversation, which is the next steps in the strategic plan updating process. And the two main steps are to just review what we have in the current 5-year plan for 2021, and to talk about how we might want to approach adding any additional longer term goals to keep it sort of a full 5-year plan. Just as the way the plan sort of laid out when you originally created it, it didn't really go all the way to 2025. It had a lot of stuff for 2020, some stuff for 2021, a little bit less stuff for 2022, and then just a few little items sprinkled for 23, 24, and 25. So that's a topic to just talk about how you want to think about the more distant years in general. And then the more pressing thing is to talk about what we want to do for the 2021 goals. And so there's your review of what's already on the 2021 plan, and then there's how to incorporate some of the goals that the Mission at Every Desk plan has brought into the 2021 goals to try to link together the department goals and the strategic plans and make them all sort of one cohesive thing. So I just want to look at this memo together and talk to you about the basic plan, which is not super crisp and clean, but it will, it can get there, I think. And I just want to look at this table as a way to talk about it. So let's see here. So this basically looks at these, the 3 goals are here in these column headings. And then as this is a draft, we'll see how this goes, but these cells in pink are the 2021 objectives that were included in the 5-year plan that you guys came up with last year. And what I'm proposing is we identify and add this owner column, and so that we can do a little, make that be a way to make sure that everybody has a role in the strategic plan, and everybody has an objective that's sort of theirs that they own. And by everybody, I mean departments and divisions, but not necessarily every department. Kind of depends on their role and their scale and their scope. So this is a draft, but so one of the 2021 goals was by the end of 2021, obtain input on county tourism trends and determine how to optimize outcomes for economic benefit. In theory, that could be a goal owned by the BOCC. Another goal here is complete construction of a collaborative healthcare. That could be a goal owned by the county manager. We have this road and bridge goal. This is the one you were talking about, Sean. Evaluate, prioritize road and infrastructure assets and provide a mechanism that will cover the costs for capital projects and ongoing maintenance. Road and bridges, making good progress on that goal. This one, revisit and identify priorities of the county master plan and establishment of county priorities and decision making. Just threw that in here. These grayed out areas are possible things to include as strategic objectives and get them assigned under one of the goals and assigned to different departments as we go. And ideally, things like these would be things that, these are things that the planning department is already planning on doing. Housing, again, the pink are the goals that are already in place. So the next step is that we would work on this a little bit as a leadership team and get some input from that group and try to fill this out a little bit more and then bring it back to you for more input. But the basic notion here is that we would, where appropriate, and we would go through and see how we could go through and figure out what goals to include here under each, which objectives to add into this table under each goal, and really make it as woven in to all the functions of the county as we possibly can. So,
and as Amy had indicated, I think we've got another leadership team meeting where we're going to focus specifically on strategic planning. I believe that's next Monday, or no, actually next Friday, because Monday's a holiday. But next week,
Next
leadership
Friday.
team, we're going to spend pretty much the entire hour meeting focusing on this table so that we can get some input, some feedback, some ideas from leadership team as to where they see themselves fitting into the matrix.
I think that sounds excellent. Seems like the obvious next step is to have the department. I know we were thinking the same thing with our COVID recovery plan, which is at some point you've got to take a pause and ask everybody involved to respond to the thing. Like, how does this impact my desk?
yeah. Yep.
So.
Well, that is the extent of the conversation today, I think. But so the next thing that we're going to be talking to you about are more detail on the 2021 objectives and just general thoughts on how to flesh out the full 5-year breadth objectives and be thinking about what more long-term objectives we might want to add. And I think that, just by reviewing the 2020 plans, it seems like that has sparked some good thoughts on what to add, what to be thinking about for next year and even for, 2, 3, 4, 5 years out. So good. Thank you.
I have one last question, and thank you for the update. What do you think is the smallest grained measurement we should be looking at? Is it quarterly or monthly? I mean, annual is too long, right? Annual, you wait until November and you say, oh my goodness, it's time to get cracking, or I'm going to look like a jackass in 5 weeks or whatever.
I would say somewhere between monthly and quarterly. I mean, it's in there somewhere.
I do think, Sean, to your point, and to all the board members, we've heard this before, we've been thinking about it, but we need a good dashboard. Something that is, I don't know if flashy is the right word, but something that's very simple to look at and have a pretty good sense in general of where we're at with all of our goals, so that we don't have to, read a 10-page document to figure out, oh, we still need to do a little more work here or there, or we've completed something. So I think that's something else that we want to work with the leadership team on, is to develop a simple, yet effective dashboard that would help us kind of report out on our progress.
I think 4DX, the way we use 4DX too,
Yeah.
could end up playing into this, you know, because identifying what are the things we're trying to measure associated with each one of these objectives, maybe not each one, I don't know exactly how it will all look, but I could see that also informing the way we track these and report on them, so that it's easy enough to interpret, and we quantify what's quantifiable, you know.
Yeah, I would say look up OKRs if you haven't already. Objectives and key results. It's something that's really simple, that maybe is a little simpler than the dashboards that we saw from 4DX. But
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that we have 15 minutes till 3 p.m. I know, Sean, you've got a hard stop then. I bet you'd even love to have a little extra time. I just want to check in with Beth. So I think we're done talking goals. And thank you for your time.
Yeah.
I want to check in with you, Beth. I know that you've got a ChargePoint grant application that I think you need some direction on this week. Given that we're at the end of our public meeting that's scheduled, it seems like to help you accomplish your goals, we need to have another meeting this week. Am I right? You're muted.
I thought I heard Beth say that we had another week on that third item, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, or if you guys are meeting later this week for COVID anyway, you know, and it's something we could be ready for, awesome, because the state is, you know, waiting to hear from us. But if we have to wait until next Tuesday, then that's what we have to do.
Well, we have a meeting at 4:30 on Thursday, of course, as we all know. And then, but I think the real question is Tuesday, in case that thing Thursday needs to be pretty short or takes a while or something like that, as our schedules develop, is Tuesday soon enough is the question.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. They're going to be happier the sooner the better, but yes, Tuesday will work.
Okay.
My suggestion is if we can do it on Tuesday, let's do it on Tuesday. I think a 4:30 p.m. meeting on Thursday of this week, by the time we're done talking about the dial and kind of the status of that, I'm not sure our brains are going to be clear enough to focus on a grant application as well. But
realistically, the agreement I just sent back to Beth that she'll get to ChargePoint, there's significant changes I made in it, so their attorneys are going to have to look at it at least and make sure that it's acceptable. So I wouldn't aim for Thursday. I think Tuesday is a lot safer.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. Well, if it helps with the state, I think it's safe to say that we're excited to move forward on this. And we've got a couple questions and a couple T's to cross, but we're looking to evaluate this and get a decision and get it approved or not on Tuesday.
Awesome. Perfect.
Okay. With that, I think we're adjourned.